had to miss you. Just give me your hand, lights cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'm never alive. You said you had to miss you. Just give me your hand, lights cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'm never alive. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Trade I made, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You miss you. Just give me your hand, light comes when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie.
I'm happy to be here today. Yesterday we had a lot of conference in main room about API. It was very good, and some of you were there. Some of you are only here aujourd'hui, today. Aujourd'hui it's in French. Yes, after we have gone with some speakers and some attendees. We have gone drink in Madrid. So, and we will make the same tonight. So you're invited to come. Today we have two tracks. Today is more focused on workshop, so more confident talks. So room A and room B, you can see them on the program, and it's really more hands dirty, you know. For example, there are a lot of workshops, and some are in Spanish in the other room, because explaining code in English sometimes it's harder for. So yes, we will begin with Ori Pekelman, which comes from France, which is I'll let you discover. Yeah, thank you. We can applaud him. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, full room. I feel like I'm an old magician in Las Vegas. No, but okay. First of all, of course, this is about APIs and stuff. This is my homepage, pekelman.com. Can anyone kind of try to guess? So it's just about a bunch of links, okay, to other resources, LinkedIn, Twitter, stuff like that. Some of these are local resources, GitHub, of course. Can anyone try to guess what would be the URL on which I will show you the stuff? So we'll try to discover it together. Can anyone have a guess? So this is pekelman.com/something. What should I put after the slash? Anyone? Slides. Should have probably picked slides. It's presentations. Okay. Which is great, and I haven't coded this. This is default Apache page, and weirdly enough, what it gives me is links, because I didn't really remember the directory name, so it's cool. I can just click on. Yay! This is my presentation. That was easy. So I should probably have an alias over slides to presentations now. Discovered. So this is a talk about, it's called Extraverted Introverts, just a name. And it's a talk about light bulbs, Carl Jung, APIs, enterprises, HaTorah, the future, and some other relevant stuff. And yeah, I'm not a morning person. Clearly, the other participants to this conference aren't either. So I only hope some of you got some coffee. And I haven't really, so we went out drinking yesterday, and I decided it was a good idea to change my slides when I was drunk. So I'll cover my slides with you. So I'm Ori Pekelman. I'm Ori Pekelman everywhere because it makes me discoverable. So you just kind of Google my name and you find all of the resources. And this is my logo. I have a logo. I made it myself. Really. So the poster children of APIs are not the subject of this talk. So Twilio, 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 and Twilio. So I said it more than all the other presenters, and now, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. But okay, Sendgrid. Yeah. So basically Twitter, Amazon, Facebook, all of that stuff is not the subject. And yesterday was a great talk by Guillaume Ballas. That was a good talk about these guys. So this is a talk about companies whose main line of business cannot be expressed as an API. They are not an internet-centric business. and they're not doing something about the internet. Companies that do other stuff. Let's take, I don't know, Samsung or Sony or something like that does $1 billion. They make guitars. Sony makes guitars. So the enterprises, those that do $1 billion different stuff, that have business units and sections. And well, we are here because of the internet, because we have I think it's a common understanding between us guys that there is a transformation effect these technologies we're talking about, the API stuff, will have a transformation effect on all businesses, not only on the ones that are internet-centric. And I discovered this while researching these slides. I don't know, I just put it because it's so cute. It's a Klein bottle, and it's a Klein bottle-shaped bottle opener. Okay, so the future of enterprise API. So a lot has been said already about that. We haven't talked a lot yesterday about the API economy as such, but I think we can all agree that the singularity has not yet happened. So APIs are happening. So there was a question of 9,000 ones publicly registered somewhere, and 1 million coming in 2017. But it's still an exception. It's a limit. It's a frontier for a company. So basically, when you make the APIs, they are either the outbound frontiers of the whole enterprise. So we have an API project, and we will expose some of these core values and assets we have. So yesterday there was a lot of talk about the fact that we are not only exposing data from the enterprise, we can really expose that which makes it spatial, effective, the real assets it has. Now it's still a strategic thing. It's an important thing. I posit that this is only a transitory stage, that we will see with the larger acceptance of these technologies, the fact that basically every computer system will have an API, and that basically the issue of linking those together, of opening them up externally, will become a business decision. So it will not be a technical integration project, because we can see, and later we will try to, how this might happen, and which basically means that we'll probably have the technical ability to expose data like our deepest financial secrets, our CRM, our clients. We'll be able to tell other people what our clients did with our services, which product they bought. We might be able to expose the light bulbs, the heating system, and not only give information about the heating system, but give control over the temperature in a room. So this kind of looks a bit weird, because again, yesterday in some of the presentations, there were these frontiers. So you have the stuff that goes, towards the public, and then you go deeper and deeper into your secret, great value, the jewels, and it's kind of weird. And so the heating is not the jewels; the financials are, and yet it seems kind of a security issue, right? If someone else can control your heating, they might kind of make your stuff explode. I don't know. Oh, by the way, that happens. There are in Germany. There were manufacturers of the boiling, the hot water thingy that exposed an API without authentication, and so you could discover this and just make them explode. I should find the reference. We can kind of imagine why this might be a good idea. First of all, we can get some really, really cool data if we have an API. If all of the switches don't talk to light bulbs, but talk to an API which talks to the light bulbs, we are probably going to be able to gather some really incredible data. right? Precisely at what moment, the second in which people enter a room. And by the way, we can simply, in a much easier way, just light stuff up when someone enters. We have sensors that do that. But we can also imagine, if we expose even more data to some external company that has a deep understanding about how heating works, that they might save you a shitload of money because they have great models and they get data from hundreds of different companies, and they can set the temperature just right, and maybe they can set it right on other data points which we not falsely imagine, like, people are with facial recognition, if people are happy or not. So they can measure the happiness of people related to the temperature and build great models, which probably are not part of your core value. So it's something that, even if you have an API over the heating, you would probably not want your internal teams to develop, and might make you more efficient, happier people, and save a lot of money. So I posit that this will happen. That simply because the technology is becoming, there is a commoditization to it at such a rhythm that anyone doing anything that cannot be addressed simply will kind of disappear from the market. You will not buy light bulbs that you cannot control simply because they will be much more expensive when you have hundreds of and thousands of light bulbs. So you've already seen these slides from someone else yesterday. So I'll go. So what's an API? It's a system that allows a program to expose functionality and data to another one. What makes a good API? So I'll go kind of very, very fast. It is abstract. So it requires the minimum amount of knowledge about the implementation of the program exposed. So it doesn't, it only shows the how, the why, not the internal. It is standard. And as standard, I have my own definition. So it's a metric. It's something you can count on how standard is an API. Simply take the seven most common computing languages you can find, and count how many libraries you need to import to each one of these in order to use your API. The least amount of libraries you need to import, the more standard you are. It simply means that that it doesn't require. So imagine soap. So it is general. It makes minimal assumptions on the way it is going to be used, because this is where the cool stuff happens. I'm making a light bulb API, right? But I don't really know that what will be the use of it. I imagine the heating thing and maybe the happiness thing, but probably there are other really, really cool uses for that. And maybe you have already seen some of these buildings, where they control the light and they make Pong games in the windows and stuff. That's a good use case. I don't want to imagine that. It is simple. So, and this is kind of orthogonal or different from abstract. Because I said, it needs to be abstract, so we don't know how we're going to use it. And still, it has to be simple, so we have to study the specific use cases that are the majority use cases, or at least the initial ones. And it must make these as common as possible. And it is self-described. It only requires minimal documentation. Because basically what we want to create, we're talking about these millions of APIs. If we have millions of APIs and it takes a lot of time to implement each of them, this is not going to work. And it is predictable. It does not surprise the user, and it adheres to common patterns and conventions. So this is where my Slash presentations kind of failed. I imagined that you would think presentations, and these guys, he's right, slides. Most people use slides as direct, and there is no value to having my own thing, so I should probably just rename it slides. So basically, most of what we're talking about, right, are not just APIs, are REST-style API. And basically, REST-style APIs are just a style of architecture of doing stuff that tries to promote these other qualities that I described. So they say, okay, let's use to be standard things, so you won't need to use a lot of weird client-side libraries. Let's use HTTP, because it's not possibly the perfect thing. It's not the most efficient. If I'm going to use it on a very, very low voltage, low connectivity, Internet of Things thingy, maybe there's too much overhead, but the simplicity counts, the standard counts. So applying a style is what we call a design process, and the issue here is what would be the design process around this problem. I mean, the problem of a million APIs. So again, REST thingies are about resources. Resources are represented as URLs. We'll not talk about that too much. Yep. And in the REST family of thingies, we also have the cool. It's not a new buzzword, but it's a cool buzzword: hypermedia. And I will lie a bit and not tell you everything, but basically hypermedia is APIs that have links. So it has the same kind of quality that you've seen on my homepage. It has links, and it is very easily discoverable there. Because if you go to one resource, you don't need to go back to the documentation and ask yourself, okay, how do I now continue on doing something? It's already there. And I'll try to prove that hypermedia is great by clicking on a link. And this is a bit more detail about hypermedia APIs. So we can go in these slides, and HTTP is cool, and HTTP uniform interface, and all of this is right. And hyperlinks in JSON, and now I'll just go back. And I'm back in my presentation. So this was kind of really, really cool, because what you've just seen is presentation software that is interoperable. So this is PowerPoint and Keynote rolled together with everything else, and we don't use the same software. So we didn't use the same software to write our stuff, to generate it, and I got free interoperable presentation software just because I followed the link. And you've seen that this is really interoperable because I went into a specific slide in his presentation, and I got back to the specific slide in which I am now, which basically makes my presentation cheaper to make than yours. So hypermedia APIs are great because the web is great, and this was, by the way, some slides from Thomas Parslow we should cite. So and yesterday they were kind of from the public, so don't we need a standard for this? So if we have a million APIs and RESTful thingies are just a style, basically it means that I need to implement each and every one of them, which is extremely costly. So we should probably standardize something and kind of say, okay, let's at least resolve the discoverability issue. Maybe we should have something like JSON schema or something like that to describe the object, so I can automatically bind to them. I don't need to kind of code each and every resource. And for the moment, we have to say that there is not much standardization. So when I was thinking about these slides, I was kind of saying, ooh, I have a new idea. Maybe we should put at the root of the API always a robots.txt file and a sitemap.xml. So these, I don't know if you probably know these are stuff that tell crawlers how to crawl a site. So they say where the resources are and where they should not be going. And this is kind of, oh, this is cool because we've kind of already have a billion stuff coded for that. So, and it's very well known and you know how it works. And sitemap.xml just contains links and titles and stuff, so it's precisely what we want. And it's already a standard, but it's my standard, my new standard. I haven't even implemented it yet, and I don't even know it's a good idea. So this is not enterprise grade. If we don't have standards, we cannot do this at scale, right? And even, I mean, we're in conference API, and there are so many experts there. So many, some. Those that woke up, those that didn't drink too much. So this is partially to, I mean, and even here you can get a straight answer from us, kind of how precisely should you be designing your APIs or accept APIs that people propose to your enterprise. So this is partially true, but let's try to play with it a bit more. So let's try to design hundreds of APIs over a decade, because this is enterprise. Which brings us kind of to the dream of COBOL. So COBOL is a programming language, an old one, 59 I think, right? Common business-oriented language. We can also imagine it as APIs for the Excel user. Because one of the, again, interesting things is that we have hundreds of millions of coders on the planet. Why do I say we have hundreds of millions of coders? Well, because doing an Excel sheet is coding. It's simply writing code. And there was always kind of that dream around being able to give access. So this is what Excel does. I mean, Excel is ugly, but it still gives, it empowers business users to code stuff and get answers from data, which is interesting. So can we play this game? I mean, will this be the end game in 10 years? I have no idea, by the way. So let's kind of try to see how this works. Acronyms are good, so let's get an acronym. ERA, Enterprise RESTful APIs. So I have an acronym now, and I can charge more, which is already enterprising. But this is still a problem because I have a single acronym. And so an acronym is a thing, but it's not an enterprise-ready technology. This is not 10 million yet, so I will use ESB, ERA Service Bus. But this has already been taken by someone else, so OLE, we're in Spain. Orchestration layer for ERA, right? We'll do the whole stack. RIME, RESTful Identity Management in the Enterprise. So these kind of seem like jokes, but if you think about it, you will need, I mean, these are the layers you really, really need. Requiem, resource-enabled queue interchange enterprisingly managed. Again, this joke, but you do need something, and this sucks. Thin integrated service support and universal compatibility and knowledge system. This is probably something you really, really need. And kind of, okay, so if we're enterprising, this has to be very cost efficient, so it will just automatically work. And there will be no messy code because we have a service bus. And basically, I mean, this kind of, the middleware there, this layer, it can be one of two things. So it can be standard driven, so we can kind of, as a community, try to take all of these stuff and kind of, we can, all of these have other names, so we can call this OAuth or SAML OpenID. This is basically that. And so this can be either standard driven or implementation driven. So the problem is, of course, that as you've seen, my sitemap XML against LRDD or Waddle or Swagger or whatever other discovery mechanism, all of them are still out there. All of them probably have weaknesses, and we will probably not get any kind of agreement between us. And premature standardization on this will probably kill the whole thing. And we've seen this on the design by committee issues. Some players are not nice, not really nice, when they go into these standard bodies, and they have interests that are not ours. So, should I call out IBM? I don't. Microsoft? So these guys, but these are even more the integrators. They need the project to be complicated because they live like that. They need to sell services. And if it's really simple, they don't make that much money. And if they can't sell you also their own middleware on top of which they sell their services, they have a problem. So one of the things that I'm not totally sure, I mean, I'm really unsure about it, I'm not lying. Maybe a lot of those needs that we've expressed are just Pavlovian reactions to software. So we're in the enterprise, we probably need this, you know, security. We need security, and we need enterprise-grade security. As if there is enterprise-grade security. I mean, as if it's any way different than any other kind of security. So it's kind of either secure or not. Either we have a proof that this is encrypted using standard encryption, and we know where the keys are, or not. And there is kind of, I don't think there is any middle thing about that. So, and we kind of, I know that this sounds weird, but we kind of know how to do security. We always hear about the fact that, you know, that the internets are insecure. They're kind of really, really secure. I mean, it really seldom happens that bad shit happens. And usually, you know, so maybe there is a design process around that where you say, okay, let's look at the true verifiable features we need, not just the list that makes this enterprising, and maybe simply most of these features in the specific implementation we're going to do are not needed, so we can just do the simplest thing that might possibly work, and it will be okay. Or, from my point of view, you might very well want to visit one of the vendors that do the middleware stuff and go and be implementation driven. So WSO2 there, or layer 7, maybe 3 scale, and any of the others, they are here. They get to be called out. And it's probably a much saner approach because we can hope that it is not strongly coupled to your service implementation. So we can basically maybe switch it out when standards do appear. Because if not, you will discover yourself in the same situation everyone is now on the enterprise level with kind of hard-coded enterprisey things that don't allow you to change anything anymore. Because these service buses that were supposed, the SOA thing, that were supposed to promote loose coupling, as a matter of fact, created kind of a whole thing that can never again move in any way. So for the moment, probably we want to kind of stay off the magic because we can afford it for the moment. Someone is going to do some coding, but this is relatively cheap code. If you do the qualities we've discussed, you're going. I mean, this is kind of the. Where's the laser? Here. Yay! This is the kind of the word that everyone says, so I'm saying it too. The affordance thing. So as a public service, because you know these kind of words they go around and then nobody really explains what they really are. So affordance is the stuff you can do with an object, and specifically in ergonomics, it's the stuff an object tells you can do with it. Okay, so basically, when you put links into an object, like if I have light bulb and I have a URL that gives me its status on, it's off, having a small link there to say where the switch is the affordance of this object. So there was a bit of an acronym, but 5 minutes. Okay. So one more acronym, maybe you've seen it already. So HEROS, Hypermedia is the engine of application state, and I just pronounce this as hate us. This is the worst acronym ever. So I'll make a more herbal one, HATORA, which is HEROS as the engine of enterprise-wide REST APIs. And so this pun is only for Hebrew-speaking people. HATORA means the Bible. So basically, if you put links, like in my presentation software, you make into your resources, and that tell the developer, not an automated system, just the developer, what is the affordance of your object, what you can do with it, you simply get interoperability which is cheaper. You get ad hoc solutions. And probably later in life, we'll get standards. So some of the stuff simply is not rational not to have standards upon. So if, for example, we have a collection of stuff with items, there is no, and I currently, in my JSON things, I put them in an object, and I put an ID with an underscore before it. Now, the guys doing JSON-API.org, they do, so it's an array of objects, and they do an array of strings. I don't really care, and from now on, I'll just do their way, because it doesn't really matter. And probably there will be a winner, there will be a standard that emerges on that. And again, my theory is that if you do it like that, and you just think about it a bit without any enterprisey saucy magic, without a middleware, you're just doing your job correctly, following a manual, I don't know, your own internal manual, this will automatically update itself to the standards when they appear, because we already have the semantics for that, right? So I've put a link to some other resource, and now a standard appeared, so I'm going to change its representation. I can kind of just either give you a very meaningful 404, which basically means that I'm going to serve you a document that explains the situation. This thing doesn't live here anymore, or I can simply redirect you, if I can understand that, to the new resource. And what's cool is that your client, if it's just a standard client, you're not doing anything, it will follow it. And it will get the new thing. Doing just, this simple stuff, which kind of, okay, let's just do it like the normal webby thing, links, and when we give it 404, I hope all of you on your websites, when you give it 404, it's designed. It's not the default 404 page, because that's ugly. You still have two very difficult stuff that are not resolved by this and that are not enterprisey, which is one, authorization, because again, the security on the authentication side is really simple to do. And there's, it's just trivial. Authorization is complex because it's really hard for any subsystem to say what are its semantics. And because authorization hard, search is hard. Because if you have a crawler and, being able to match users against the content to which they can see, and there are timing attacks. So that's just very quickly create an API for a light bulb. So every time we create an API, we kind of think of two things: the resources, what are stuff. Then we think about the state machine. So the state machine of a light bulb is kind of easy, on and off. But here we'll also think about not only the resources, but the linked resources. So status on-off is easy. It's useful, but not a lot of magic around here. Some magic already, some magic. But if kind of naturally a light bulb, one of the things it has is the location. It's somewhere. And this is very important information about light bulb, because if not, if I am just lighting a light bulb and I don't know where it is, I'm kind of missing the whole point. And if I put the location here, offices.my huge company /com/Paris center, and cut off, so it was kind of office, third floor, 2, something like that. I think that, again, I missed the slides against presentation thing, but I think that all of us understand what this URL represents. I think that all of us kind of know that on the other end of this URL, I will have something that describes the office, right? And probably, because I see this link, I can also posit that probably there will be a document with the list of the other light bulbs in that office, or that I can discover them. I will have a link with everything electrical in there, and I can kind of do a round trip. I can go to the office, I can light this up, go to the office, look at what are the other light bulbs that are lighted or not, maybe verify that this is important, or even not try to light this light bulb up, if it's not going to be in a coherent state with the others. And okay, so and just one last thing, but this is my own stuff, and I will have my own document describing offices, so it might get auto-upgraded to any standard describing offices later when it emerges. But probably there will simply be companies that do the same API over the Philips thing and over the Samsung thing, and they will get money out of that. And this simply will be their job. Look at how many common cloudy providers there are now. Commoditization is a very big thing, and magic will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ori. Any question in the room? No question? Everything was clear? Maybe I have a question. Yeah? Because maybe you are one of the French hypermedia evangelists, you know? Yeah? Yes. You are. Yes, you are the main. We are the main one. I don't know another one. But to your mind, what does hypermedia will change completely? Because today, all our APIs we use are often RPC. There are more RPC than the rest. Some of them. But what is your vision about that? Why today all the APIs are not hypermedia? It's a good question.
Because they were done 2 years ago. And that's all. Ask anyone that designed an API. And that is RESTfully or so XML RPC or REST doesn't change a thing about the link stuff. So I'm not really talking about hypermedia, because I can remind you that hypermedia is something else and evil. We're talking about this kind of very pragmatic style. And so it's compatible with XML RPC. So if you just put in the XML thingy a link, you get the same affordance. You get the interest of not having to go back to the documentation, and you can just locally, where you are, when you develop, step-by-step discovery instead of reading the whole manual. So anyone that has ever implemented SOAP kind of knows that there's this stupid, incredibly, so it's extremely verbose. It describes a lot of stuff in detail, but never enough in order to implement the client. So I don't know, look at Stripe API and compare it to the new PayPal RESTful API. You'll see something interesting. The PayPal one is hypermedia, and it's even quite well designed. And the poor Stripe guys, they just, they showed the way, and I think they would have been now much happier if they would have implemented this as hypermedia, because they would have been able to react to PayPal getting out a better looking API faster. So maybe the other guys that do APIs here can tell otherwise, but I can see no reason in the world not to tell your developer, the guy getting the answer, what is the next step to do. Why? It's simply, and it's much less breakable. Because again, if we look at the collection item thing, it's a very simple thing. Either I have to hard code in my code where do I find the items, so I concatenate the URLs, or I just give them to you. And if I just give them to you and you have to implement it like that, it means that if ever I change my mind and I want to change the system and put it somewhere else, I can. But if you've hard-coded everything, you're going to break. This is a breaking change of your API. You must do a major version upgrade of your API, which basically breaks all of your clients. So it's just cheaper to do.
Yes, and GitHub has some hypermedia stuff into their API too. Not completely, but
because they allow themselves to break everything.
Yeah.
Because GitHub is not an example for anything about APIs, or because they break all the time. They're down all the time. They break the APIs, but everybody loves them. Everybody loves them so much, so we accept it. A bank can't do that.
yeah, some GitHub love. Thank you, Ori. Thank you. We can applause Ori. Thank you. Now, there is an introduction at APIs in Spanish on the other room, room B, for people who want. But now let's host Isabelle Mauny for why monitoring. What? Yeah, Isabelle Mauny for why monitoring APIs is critical. And I love her shirt. Just the time for the installation. That we WSO2 is a partner of APIdays Mediterranea and the main sponsor, and this is the reason why we could make this event. So thank you WSO2 to be a partner, to support us. This is the first event in Spain. We will have other, and we hope you will continue to support us. Thank you, and let's listen to Isabelle Mauny about it.
I have to speak in the thing. Okay. Good morning. Buenos días. ¿Cómo estáis? ¿Cómo os habéis levantado hoy? Mal. And I know why. You've been... So, who was not here yesterday? Nobody was here yesterday? So you all know who I am now? No, you were not. Well, you know who I am. Okay, so my name is Isabelle Mauny. I'm the Director of Product Management at WSO2. I live here in Spain. It's been a pleasure working with the team here to organize all that stuff and support them, so it's no problem at all. So I'm going to take some minutes of your time to talk about an interesting topic, and probably one of the most prominent one that we are discussing with our customers right now in terms of API management, which is analytics and monitoring. So the whole trick about analytics and monitoring, this is not in the slides, is to know, what are your APIs doing, right? Have they been partying all night, like some people in this room, doing the Spanish life, right, on Friday nights? No, right? Have you been taking some rest? Relaxing all night? Or have you been overworking, right? So how do you know this is happening or not? The whole monitoring is about this. It's about understanding the behavior and what's happening. Just quickly, yesterday I showed kind of the entire framework that we have at WSO2. The key things I'm going to concentrate on right now are the business activity monitoring and CEP. We'll get into those. So one of the key things I wanted to say, I forgot to change the color of this, it says you can't manage or fix what you can't measure. That's really a very important point, right? If you don't know how things are behaving and what's going on, there's not something you can do about it, right? So in terms of analytics and API management, why do they work well together? Well, the first thing is so that you can understand how your APIs are behaving, right? So we're going to imagine that you've written tons of very nice APIs in SOAP and REST and whatever you want, whatever works for you, whatever works for your consumers, as they were saying yesterday. Worry about your consumers. This is all working, it's all deployed, it's all working fine, or so you think, right? Now, the question is, how do you know what really is happening, right? So that's one of the reasons you want to do this. You want to understand the behavior of your customer. What does that mean? It's like, which APIs are they calling? In which order? Is there a specific pattern that can be detected here? So maybe there's like 3 calls everybody does to access your APIs. You have like structured your APIs in a way that to obtain a certain data, you have to do like 1 call, 2 call, 3 call, and then finally you get the data. If you can look at that and have that information, you can say, maybe if I did a single call, I can return that data right away. That'll be much more efficient, right? For them and for me, it will be like 1 call to the server, and it will be much easier from them in terms of a contract to actually call my APIs. So it's understanding how those APIs are being used. Who is using them? Which applications? How often? Is that during the night? Is it during the day? Do I have the capacity, actually? Do I see a trend in an increase? If our friends at Molino, they have now the Palabrear, right? The new application online. I hear that there's much more activity on the system. So it's probably interesting for them to see what's going on and say, oh, maybe I have to upgrade and put another server there very soon, right? So because otherwise I won't have the capacity to handle the growth and the load on my APIs. I insist a lot on this point. I say the same thing yesterday. One of the critical things really you have to think about when you expose something, the minute you're exposing an API to somebody, you have a contract with them, right? It can be a written contract or an implicit contract. But you have a contract with them. They're going to use your API. They're going to use version 1 of this. And once they do, they spend some work actually and some time implementing an application, leveraging your APIs. You can't just say from one day to another, well, this is gone now, I have a new version because I think it's much better, right? You just can't do that. So you need to know, as a provider of an API, you need to have the knowledge of who is using version 1, how many times it's being called. You can put version 1 and version 2 in parallel for a while, and you say to people, well, within 6 months, we're going to deprecate and retire version 1, so you have to guys start working on version 2, right? But how are you going to know that nobody else, or nobody anywhere is using version 1 anymore, so you can really remove it, right? So this is the kind of things you really have to monitor. All this information you can get through analytics. So how does that work, right? Basically, doing analytics is 3 parts to it. There's going to be a lot of events and things happening in your system that you have to collect and aggregate basically somewhere as fast as possible. That's like step 1, okay? What you want to do is very quickly, very efficiently, gathering all those events, put them somewhere safe, and then later what you will be able to do is analyze this data. That can come later. That can even happen every hour if you want. So every hour you can have an iterative task that will go and fetch all that information and do some analytics on top of it and gather some information, some interesting information for you based on that, right? And the third step of all this, right, it's also from all this data you can really create a lot of intelligence, a lot of information. And then really what's most important maybe is how you're going to visualize that information. Don't neglect the report for the boss on Monday morning. That's very important, right? So you need to report on what's happening in the system. You need to show them how successful your APIs are, so probably they'll give you some more budget and you can continue to work, right? So the reporting, the visualization, the easy access, the role-based access to that information. Maybe not everybody in the company should be allowed to see the same information, obviously. Some people will want to see very high-level information and some others very like technical information on the behavior, such as, response time or, or the CPU and memory of the machine. This is something you want to report on. So you can see all that stuff, okay? So that's really very important. Have some dashboard, can be like almost real-time dashboards. Have some exports and create some reports out of that. So those are the main 3 kind of aspects of a business monitoring solution. So the way we do this, we have this product called BAM, Business Activity Monitoring. We have a very boring naming scheme in WSO2. The products are just called what they do, but it's easy to know. So the BAM product, basically what it does is gathering all this event. What we've been doing there, we've been rewriting entirely this as I was saying, the first phase is to gather and store all those events. How do we do this today? Well, we've leveraged Cassandra to actually do this. You guys have been looking at Cassandra. Why did we do that? So before, in the previous version of the product, we were using a normal database, a relational database. And then we saw that basically relational database are actually extremely fast at reading, but less fast at writing. NoSQL database such as Cassandra or MongoDB, actually more like the reverse. They're extremely fast at writing, right? So what you want to do here is really what's really important to you here is the speed and the scalability of writing. You get all those events from all over the place, and you want to write them somewhere as fast as possible, right? And make sure they're there safe. One of the key advantages as well of Cassandra is it's extremely data center friendly, so it's very easy to replicate this data over multiple data centers, right? So that's why we chose Cassandra for doing that. So once the data is saved into this event data store, which happens to be Cassandra for us, then we can have a recurrent task that will go and consume the events which are stored in Cassandra and create those analytics. There we've leveraged Hadoop to do that. So we've taken Hadoop, leveraged what it can do, and used also a project from Apache called Hive, which allows you to write analytics script in a kind of language that's very close to SQL. So you don't have to learn basically the fundamentals and basics of how Hadoop is actually working. The advantage of Hive is it's kind of hiding this from you. So it's very easy to write a script that would analyze all that information. And then the analytics information we store into another data store. That could be Cassandra, that could be a relational database, that could be whatever you want. That really, what we want to make sure our business really is not to be in the dashboarding and reporting area. So we want to enable you to actually create your own dashboards, maybe with a Pentaho or something external. A lot of our customers already have things like Cognos or existing BI solutions that they want to leverage as opposed to using our own. So we're more concentrating on the gathering event and analysis part, and we leave basically the dashboarding to others if you want to do that, or you can use the default setup we have as well. That's really up to you. So what's really important then in such a solution, whoever does it, is how it scales. So when we did the version 1 of BAM, one of the key issues we had is people starting deploying this in multiple places. And very, very quickly, the number of events starting to be exponential. So we like that. We really like this thing. So we're going to connect like more things into it. And there was like zillions of events coming into the system, and it really wouldn't scale. So which is why we moved to this Cassandra system. But also we wanted to make sure that as basically your business grows, a number of APIs, and whatever you want to monitor with this, I'm talking about API management today, really you could plug this BAM solution into anything you want, obviously including things which are not WSO2 products, right? The number of events you have to calculate more or less, then for each transaction, like a call coming in, coming out, probably you have 10 to 15 events being generated, right? So as the number of requests to the system increase, this number gets, like the number of events you have to collect and manage gets really big. So what you want to make sure is that the system itself can really scale with you, right? So that's very important. You can cluster it with high availability of multiple data centers, etc., etc. You can just start small, put this in place, it works, and then make it grow, okay? That's the idea. So now the whole monitoring story really is about monitoring. So it's about dashboarding, it's about seeing what's going on, but you're not really acting on anything, right? So the next step after that is to say, well, I have all those events now. What can I do with them? Those events tell me what my users are doing with my system. There must be something I can do with all that information and do something intelligent but reacting to that information. So to make this is where you enter in the world of CEP, complex event processing. I don't know if you've been using this before. But to make sure you understand what that means, I'm going to tell you a little joke. Sorry about that, but I'm sure you're going to get it. So it's a joke about somebody calling a pizza place. And now the pizza place is run by Google. So the guy calls and says, well, I'd like to order a pizza for tonight. I said, of course, sir. Would you like the same thing as ever? What do you mean? It's like, well, the last 55 times you called, you've ordered the same pizza with a little beer. You would still like the same pizza with a little beer. It's like, yes, okay. Can I make a suggestion? You know how Google is, it all makes suggestions. I suggest you put some salad and some low-fat, cheese on that pizza. It's like, why is that? It's like, well, we have access to your health records, and frankly, your cholesterol level is really high. So I would really recommend not to go with the fat cheese thing, but just go with the low-fat one. The guy is like really surprised. Like, wait, how did you get access to it? Like, it's in our database. We have all this information about you. So, well, don't worry about the cheese thing. I'm taking my medication. I have some medication for the cholesterol thing. So, well, sir, if I may, we have here a record on your credit card. And it says that you haven't bought your medicine for the last 3 months. And a little box of medicine is only 30 pills. And that would make you only 1 month of treatment, which means you haven't taken your treatment for the last 2 months. Right, so I would still recommend that you go with the fat cheese and you know, not the low-fat cheese and all the stuff, right? So I can go forever. I have the full joke if you want. It goes on to the poor guy who wanted to go on vacation, and it tells them that his passport is expired too, so he can't actually go away. But it's just to illustrate basically that you have all those events. Like, it's kind of scary actually. Everything you do, you're all typing there, right? This is all recorded. It goes somewhere, right? And somebody somewhere is analyzing all that stuff. So this really of what CEP is all about, right? So, but having all that information and doing something about it. So if we go back to our API management story, what this is really about is, all right, the main, actually, the first time I talked to a customer about this, their concern was they're selling their business is Forex, so they do trade management, right? And they want to expose an API so their customers and other people can actually take advantage of their data and take advantage of what they do. But they say, but watch out, right? We have a certain number of APIs. Basically, somebody smart could just combine those APIs in a way that they will steal away our business, right? They would make some certain call in a certain order, and that would mean they're trying to do the same job we're doing. And we don't want that, right? So what I want to do is be able to detect what this pattern is, and if they try to do that, I want to automatically block them. I'm just going to switch and revoke automatically their access token, and they will not be able to make any more API calls to my system. But I have to detect that pattern. That's an important one. All this grouping, right? Another interesting thing, in a lot of API management solutions and deployments, you have an aspect which is monetization. So you want to sell basically a plan. Let's say you have an entry plan, an advanced plan, a premium plan, whatever, for calling your APIs. There's a lot of ideas we can take from the telecom world here. You know, as they tell you, like they send you a warning when you're at 80% of your plan and say, watch out, you know, you have consumed 80% of your data plan, and I'm going to, you know, slow you down when you get at 100 or something. So you could really do the same thing here and say, oh, you're a customer, you're supposed to do 5,000 calls, you've been doing 4,500 already, I'm going to send you an SMS or send you a mail and say, would you like me to actually do something about this? So I just want to warn you that you're getting to the limit here. Or you actually can do some marketing campaign around this and say, well, basically I'd like to propose you to have an upgrade of your plan. It seems like over the last 3 months, systematically you went over what's allowed to you. It would be really smart if we sat down together and see if a better plan is good for you. Okay? So this is, you know, there's an infinite limit, there's no limit, basically, to the number of things that you can do with such solutions. The idea is, how can you take advantage of all this information that you are collecting when people are calling your APIs, and what you can do with it, either in a, you know, fraud type scenario. That could be this third one, which is the first example here, which is like the fraud is really the main example usually in a CEP scenario, or in a more like marketing and positive scenarios, such as the two I have at the lab, at the back. Sorry. Okay, so just a few samples of analytics that we have in our products out of the box. So that's one of, I think, the key advantage that we have in the product is you just install it, as I was saying yesterday, you unzip, install it, you connect it to our BAM, and instantly you will get this information. You have nothing to do, nothing to change in your APIs to have this happening. Okay? And that's it, really. Put it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabelle. Any question? But if you are monitoring, yeah.
I'm curious about the data that you're collecting on each call. So if I wanted to look at a particular endpoint to see how many of my customers are using this particular parameter type that would, you know, engage a certain feature, like, is that something that you do out of the box?
Yeah.
Cool.
And you can also ask a question at Isabelle in Spanish. She speaks very well Spanish.
I forgot to say this one. Yeah, so basically there's some information you can collect out of the box, such as like pretty much all the like who is calling, the URL, the payload, the access tokens that allows us to identify who the consumer is, the IP address, whatever. So there's some data that we collect by default and publish. That's how you get the screenshot that I shown before. But of course, you can put your own, right? So it's basically, the idea is you define the event and its content that you want to collect. You have to write a kind of 10 lines of Java to say where this data is going to come from, pretty much, and then register that stream with the BAM, and that's it. Okay.
Any question? English, Spanish, French? I have a question for you. First, do you have this shirt for me? No. No? Sorry.
That's a very expensive one.
Yeah, very expensive. I have the money. But the second thing is, in the API monitoring world, a lot of people say API monitoring, learn about it before you hear about it. Yeah. So sometimes it's too late, and so when you in the strategy, when you launch an API, so often we say you have to plan it, then to build it, then to scale it, to promote it. When you put API monitoring in the value chain, so where when we have to provide, can we test an API first without monitoring in our strategy? So when is the best time to take an API monitoring solution?
All right. Really, there's not really maybe a specific time. So there's two things, right? If you want to do like the default monitoring, at least in our case, you don't really have to plan for it during the development because it's something which is totally external to your API. It's like applying a policy, if you want, on top of your API. So it's not part of the testing, development, whatever phase. Now, what probably you would need to think about, though, is, as Jeremiah was saying, is that if you want to create some specific events that would monitor some specific data which is specific to your business, right? At some point, probably, you need to do that the same. I would do it at the same time you kind of create your test program, or like your JUnit definition or something like this to test your API, so that the publishing of that event to the system is actually part of the entire regression test for your API. And you know that you have this data available, and you can see right away what is there and how it works.
And do you have a customer who called you maybe, so my API is down, I don't know why, I don't have a monitoring tool,
Yeah.
so help me?
Yeah, we get that all the time. So yes, because usually that's why I'm insisting on this in sessions, because it sometimes is the post thing people think about when they have a problem. So when they have a problem, they realize that they have no visibility into their system. And suddenly they say, wow, we need this. And the good thing, as I was saying, is that you can really apply this post system. Now, if you wanted to instrument your code, it would be much more heavy to do it after the fact, right? But the advantage of that system is that since you're applying a gateway in front, you're visiting APIs and applying a proxy in front, then you can really do it after the fact and on top of what you're already deployed and done. Somebody had a question?
Obviously, the monitoring is very important, but in terms of performance, which is the impact in terms of performance?
Yeah, so I had a similar question yesterday about latency and when you add a gateway. So the critical thing as you choose a solution that does something like this is that the publishing of the events needs to be asynchronous. Okay, so the way this works is we're using a specific protocol from Apache called Thrift. Have you guys ever heard about it? Which is a binary, very fast protocol, which is asynchronous. So basically, when the publishing of the event is just like, boom, do it, and you're not waiting. Okay? So it's just a few milliseconds, really. Just like the call to generate the stream and publish it, and you don't wait. Okay. So let me repeat the question since you didn't have the microphone. So The question is if you have like thousands of requests and, you know, what is going to be the impact, right? So we've measured at least this system. That's why we rewrote really the entire, really the bottleneck in a system like this, obviously, is the event collection, right? You need, as I was saying, it's like not only does it need to be reliable so that you don't lose the events, it needs to be super fast so you don't impact the performance, which is exactly why we took Cassandra and we are using Thrift. So we pushed that thing to 800,000 requests per second. Okay? It's scaling pretty well. Thank you very much.
Coffee and some cakes will arrive in 45 minutes, 1 hour. So we have 2 sessions left. It's a good session. The first one is how to rest easy with deployed. So because we have hung out a little, we didn't rest so much. So maybe it's a good way to rest for the moment. So you will present us the deploy too.
Good morning. Okay, so my name, it is working. My name's Boyd Lee. I run a digital agency in England. I'm originally from Australia. I used to be a .NET developer, eventually moved over to mobile and a lot of JavaScript a few years ago. What I'm here to talk about today, though, is deployed. In a nutshell, what deployed is a system for building REST APIs. It's a product that essentially allows you to create REST APIs through design. So that means instead of having to code all of this stuff from the ground up, you can use a dashboard tool, you can use the Node.js tools they provide, and you can build, good standard REST APIs based on Node.js, MongoDB, just through a design interface. The problem it solves is building APIs is expensive. Whether you're building APIs for web products, for mobile products, whatever it happens to be, the actual cost of development of those things is quite expensive. And particularly if you're looking to develop new style APIs using things like NoSQL with Mongo or Node.js, you're looking at high load availability, all these things. This is all quite new technology, and if you're not familiar with that, it can take quite a long time to sort of get into it and become familiar. The other great thing is deployed allows non-developers to build APIs. So if you're not a comfortable programmer, it allows you to install the software. It's very, very easy. And it allows non-developers to build APIs really quickly, really simply, and just using some simple GUI tools. And finally, it's a really, really great introduction to Node.js. So if you haven't done a lot of Node.js before, if you haven't done a lot of JavaScript, deployed, it's all open source, so it's a really, really great way to understand how good JavaScript and good Node.js systems are put together. Because it's built on top of Node.js and Mongo, it's fast, it's stable, it's into its, I think, 6th or 7th iteration by now. And as I said before, it comes with this full dashboard system, which you can secure with session tokens, and it allows you to manage everything visually. So, as I said, built around REST, everything's provided for you through a series of just simple what we call CRUD calls, so get, put, post, and delete. And it's really made for a new generation of web and mobile applications. So there's no XML. XML doesn't work. It's all based around cross-server scripting, so old browsers, IE6, IE7, they don't work. It's all new stuff. It's made for new systems. This is a simple visual of the dashboard. It's a bit hard to see, but we'll do a bit of a demo at the end. Essentially, it's a really basic system. You can create your collections, as they're called, on the left-hand side. You can use it to enter data, to create events within the system. It's really simple and easy to use. When you create a collection in deployed, that collection becomes essentially your REST API endpoint. So for this example here, is that going off? For this example here, we've created a collection called restaurants. Once that's created, you can go and add the properties to it. You know, you could give the restaurants names and titles and menus and all these sorts of things. And then fetching that data is as simple as going, you know, your server /restaurants. That would get everything. Your server /restaurants /ID, standard REST API interfaces, return a single record. And the same URL schemes are used for post, put, and delete. So it's all very standard, you know, standardized REST. The really neat thing about deployed is it allows you to script logic through events. So within that dashboard system, you can actually write JavaScript code that can talk to other collections within deployed, that can fetch external data, that can, you know, do calculations, that can join data together. It can append new properties to your APIs coming back on the fly. All sorts of stuff. Essentially, these events allow you to intercept any calls made to your API. Here's an example here. Really straightforward, really basic example. All we've done here is we've got a restaurants API. It's returning back some data there. It's a bit hard to see, but all we're doing essentially is, within this event, we're going return back the access time as a new date. And that automatically appends to every record that comes back from our collection. So, as I said, you can access other collections and join results. So, deployed comes with a built-in library called DPD. You can use that library to access other collections within your deployed installation. So, as an example, here again with this restaurants, we've got this restaurant. It's called Oreo. It's in Valencia. You know, it has some information about it. Tapas is the type of restaurant. We've got opening hour. We've got an ID and access time, all this sort of stuff. If we created a secondary collection called opening hours, and then, you know, we had an ID, we wanted to join these two tables together, these two collections, it's as simple as making a call where we go dpd.openinghours, fetch them all for this restaurant ID, and that will return back that secondary set of data and allow you to access it as an object within your restaurant's API call. It's got full user login, full user logout, and creation support straight out of the box. So you don't have to worry about authentication mechanisms or hashing passwords or any of that sort of stuff. You just create a collection of the type user, and it's really, really simple. You can then hit that collection type and do login statements, logout statements, all that sort of stuff. You don't have to worry about the session handling or anything like that. It's all stored on the browser as a cookie. Really straightforward and easy to use. You can restrict access to certain REST calls by throwing cancel. So, for example, some REST calls you may want to essentially go, well, unless this person is logged in, then I don't want them to have access to it. So that's as simple as basically going, if the person logged in, which is called me in deployed, if me is logged in, then it's okay. Otherwise, throw cancel. And you can cancel and throw a message and any system status that you want. So if you want to throw a 401, a security message, a security error, you can do so. If you want to throw 404s and pretend like those servers those endpoints don't even exist, easy to do as well. It has a bunch of built-in functions. Protect allows you to ensure that updates to any particular fields within the system aren't allowed. Previous, it will essentially, if you go and do a put command on a collection, it will ensure that any previous values that were changed in that put command also get returned to you. Changed simply informs you if a property is being changed or not, so you can return back Boolean values whether a property was changed or not on a put request. Hide, if you've got some fairly sensitive data that you don't want everybody to see, or perhaps anyone to see. Maybe you've got a date of birth, for example's sake. And while you want to hold it within the collection and store data against it, you actually don't want that to return any responses. You can just use the hide command and hide those particular fields. And errors. You can throw errors. You can write your own error handling code, throw errors for whatever you like. The other really great thing, because it's all based on Node.js, you can use pretty much any Node.js module within the system that you like. So all you have to do is use npm to install those Node modules, and then you can expose them to deployed and use them within the system. There's already a number of modules to do this. There's stuff for sending email, which is really handy, so you can send email from within your actual API calls. Anyone that's ever done sort of user registration stuff before, whenever a user's created, you go and store that in the database, and then the response comes back and it says, yes, it's worked, and whatever else. And then you maybe have some PHP code, and it goes and sends an email, and that whole process happens in the browser. You can get away with removing all of that, simply having send email if a post command was successful directly within your API. There's other stuff as well. There's stuff there for Amazon S3 for storing and retrieving files from S3 buckets, and a bunch of other stuff. And as I said, because they're all based on Node, npm, you can install pretty much anything. I think there's about 27,000 Node modules available at the moment. dpd.js. This is the library I mentioned briefly. It's a unified JavaScript library. It provides unified API access to both your server internally, so your deployed API instance internally, and externally as well. So every time you create a collection or update the events to it, or add a property to a collection, anything like that, this dpd.js library is rebuilt. You can import that into your web browser, your website externally, or your mobile app if you want to. And you can use that library to access any of the collections or any of the data that you've got held and deployed. It allows advanced query support. So you can perform queries against your collections just like you could with Mongo. So, this example here, we want to get restaurants where the rating is greater than 8. It's a simple standard sort of advanced query that you do in MongoDB. You can do exactly the same thing in deployed. Another example here, performing queries against dpd.js. So you can use that built-in library, exactly the same sort of thing. dpd.restaurants.get. If you want to find everything with a category of vegan or vegetarian, that simple code would bring that back. There's no need for polling in deployed. It implements socket.io, so you can really easily build things like chat applications and all that sort of stuff. Sort of removes those overheads of polling a system constantly. And it allows you to respond to changes within your API really easily. Static file support. Deployed also hosts sort of a mini web server, for want of a better word, that allows you to basically have some static files, so HTML files, all that sort of stuff. Really handy kind of stuff if you want to create some documentation against your API or anything like that, or maybe a basic website explaining what it does. Really, really handy. It's all served up on Node.js, so you can use Angular or anything like that and host with it. Really, really useful. You can put it pretty much anywhere. So you can run it on your local machine. You can go to the deployed website. You can download it for Mac, Windows, and Linux. It's just a really simple installer. One click, it'll install Mongo, it'll install Node.js. It'll make sure everything's set up properly, really straightforward. You can install it onto cloud services. It's a Node package, so if you want to, you can just use npm to install deployed wherever you like. And because it's there's some configuration there, so it allows you to ensure that if you want to connect it to external Mongo databases, that's totally possible. So by default, it connects to a local Mongo database. But if you have sort of your deployed systems behind load balancers, or your MongoDB as a clustered database, or whatever it happens to be, you can connect it externally. So what is it good for? we originally looked into using this product because we had a really specific requirement for a client. And this client came to us and essentially said, we need to build an API that is fast, that is stable, that is secure, and that can essentially take in analytics and store those analytics from a bunch of educational games we want to create. And we're talking analytic calls of, there could be thousands of kids playing these educational games, thousands of calls coming in every hour. That data has to get stored, then it has to get backed up, and they want to do reports on it, all that sort of stuff. So we needed a really, really quick way to do that. But the biggest problem we had was that each game they build is different. Each set of data they have is slightly different. So we essentially had to be able to create APIs on the fly for these games that the client was creating. And this was called Smarter Learn. So this is an example. A bit hard to see of one of the games they created. But yeah, so the brief, as I said, was we had to create APIs on the fly, high availability, and the biggest thing for us was it had to be integrated into both web and mobile. So there were 3 parts to this system. One part was we built a large portal system. It was all web-based. That was all fine. We used the dpd.js libraries. We could access all of our collections. We could let users log into it, all that sort of stuff. We also have some mobile applications that perform essentially the same task. So we allow parents to log in and look at these analytics and see what they do, all that sort of stuff. And the third one on top of that was all these games are written in Unity, so they had to be standardized REST calls for the games to be able to access, the analytic endpoints. And it had to be cheap. This is a startup. They didn't have the money to spend on, custom, frameworks and all this sort of stuff. So essentially what we had to build was a system that was cheap and scalable and would last long term. So it's built on top of Linux cloud servers, all on rack space, external MongoDB connections. It can scale as required, and it allows us to, because of the way deployed setup, it allows us to easily install load balancing and load balance it against multiple servers. The only thing that we do externally to deployed is that long term, all of the data is stored into a MySQL cloud server. And that's just simply because, A, we want to make sure that our API with deployed and our Mongo database is kept fairly light. And we also do a lot of heavy reports. So we pull some of that data across into MySQL so that we can run some fairly heavy relational queries on it. It's not without its obstacles, and it's not perfect. We had to build a custom token-based authentication system for this. Their standard login stuff is fine for users accessing the system, but because it's all open source, we were able to build a token authentication system so that anyone else could use our API as well. It's got some things called forever scripts, which are used all over the place on Linux servers. This just ensures that the system stays up, but we made some sort of improvements to those. A couple of the things we found was we were testing these on fairly small servers, fairly small cloud servers. They only had 512 meg of RAM. When we created our production server, for whatever reason, created them with the same amount of RAM, and it doesn't really work in the real world. So you've got to make sure that it's got the system you're putting this on should be a decent system. IE8 doesn't work. So that was one of our biggest problems, was the client still wanted to support IE8. IE8, if anyone still used it, has problems doing any sort of cross-server scripting. So we had to write a proxy interface for that. But hopefully that's a problem that's solved soon enough by everyone not using IE8 at all. And the good thing is, because it's all based on Node.js, it allows us to overcome any of these obstacles. We've got the source code, it's open source, it's not a problem to get around these things. The end result for us was that we've got a system that can now handle thousands upon thousands of API calls every hour. An example of it here. But, it's a fairly new product. It is open source, so even if it's not your first choice for a production system, the good thing is it's a really, really great way to prototype up APIs, particularly if you're, perhaps a front-end developer or you're working with front-end developers. Perhaps you're building an API from scratch and you're not using deployed, but they want to start accessing your system. They want to start doing things early. It's a really, really easy way to create some standardized REST APIs through design interfaces, through the dashboard, and other people can start using your data straight away, or at least connecting to your systems. And it's a really, really easy way if you're doing mobile sites or mobile apps to quickly prototype ideas. There's a ton of examples at deployed.com, a ton of sample apps. There's some open source modules and things, so you can sort of see how they're put together and build your own. The GitHub source, github.com/deployed, everything's there. You can go in. There's a new version that's still being worked on for deployed. It's got some new features. It's worth having a look at. Or you can just go and download it free at deployed.com. So it's there for Mac, for Windows, or the source for Linux. Really easy one-click installer, installs on the system. So I'm going to try and do a really quick prototype with one hand. Oh, it's okay.
One hand today?
Yeah, it'll be fine. One-handed, too easy. I've already installed deployed. All I've done is basically install it from the standard Mac OS X installer locally. We run external versions as well, but for this, it's fine. So simple as dpd create, and we'll call our new deployed APIdays. A bit hard to see, but there it is there. It's already created APIdays, and we'll just change directory to that. And starting a server is as simple as command dpd, and off it goes. So that's now running on my system on port 2403. We can easily go to that in the browser. Localhost 2403. There's the landing page for deployed. We know it's running. We can go straight to the dashboard. So really, really simple to get started. Prototyping is just as easy. We can add a new resource. There's two types by default: collections, user collections. So we'll add a new collection and we'll call it talks. That's it. The collection's now created. Adding properties to the collection is just as easy. So we'll give it a title. Say it's required. Give the talk a description. Speaker. These are all string values. You can add any other types of values as well, so it accepts numbers and booleans and JavaScript objects and JavaScript arrays. So that's it. So basically that simple process that's now created our API endpoint called talks, sorry. Adding data into it in this system is really easy as well. So you can give it talk, call it REST easy. We'll give it a description. This is my session. And a speaker, that can be me. That's it. So now we've created a collection, which is an API endpoint. We can access that via REST, and it's got some data. So now getting to that is as simple as going localhost 2403, which is where our server is, /talks, REST command. If we just wanted to bring back one single entity, one single record, there is a really easy to use. We wanted to extend this collection and maybe add, an extra property to it through events. We can go into its events mechanism here. We can say, okay, on get, I want to add something else to it, so we'll go this. It uses the standard JavaScript keyword this, which basically, if you're doing a get call, that means this current record, not the entire collection it's coming back with, but this current record. So we can go this start access time is equal to new date. It's got some handy validation there, so you can it uses JS lint, I think, from memory, so you can easily see if there's any bugs in the code you're writing. That gets saved automatically, and we can also go, this dot some other field, doesn't matter what it's called, does it? Some other field is equal to test 1, 2, 3. That's saved. So now every record that comes back from deployed, every record in our collection is going to have this access time and customer and some other fields come back in it as well. Where is that? So really, really simple to prototype stuff. Really, really simple to get started. It's easy you can import data straight into the MongoDB if you want to after your collection's created. So you can seed it really easily. Really straightforward stuff. Post is the same. If you want to intercept events on post or put, it's exactly the same thing. Perhaps on this get we wanted to go hide this dot speaker. I think I've got that wrong. I think I've forgotten the command for that one. But anyway. So that's basically it. So, really, really quick and easy way to create stuff. There's a handy little APIs link within each collection as well that gives you all the endpoints, gives you the method, gives you what it accepts and what it returns, and also gives you the dpd.js code that you can go and pump straight into any of your websites, using jQuery, using JavaScript, whatever it happens to be. So it's a really handy jumping off point. So I think that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question? Any question? Demonstration was clear to everybody? I have a question. Always. Maybe it's more general question, but when did you begin? My question is, when did you begin, and why did you choose Node.js for doing it? What the main reason when you think about it? Why did you choose Node.js?
The reason we chose Node.js is kind of twofold. One is nearly everything that we do now.
When did you begin?
When did I begin using deployed? We began using deployed probably about 18 months ago.
Okay, so Node.js was...
So Node.js had been around for a couple of years by that point, but we started using this about 18 months ago. And the main reason we use it is because basically everything we do now is JavaScript. For the last couple of years, everything we've written is JavaScript. We use JavaScript on the mobile side. I'm quite big into Accelerator's Titanium product for building mobile applications. I've written a couple of books on it, so we use it for that end. We use it for the back end for Node.js, servers and websites built on top of Angular and all sorts of other stuff. That's the main reason. Even desktop apps now, we have to write something for the desktop, we tend to use JavaScript. So for us, the fact that deployed runs on Node.js and it really allowed us to easily create this stuff on the fly was a big bonus.
Another question? It's okay, thank you, Bali. We can applaud him. Thank you. Now, please, let's welcome Swift from Sendgrid now, because he's from America, so I wanted to make an American announce. But he come from New York. He's a developer evangelist at Sendgrid, and he made a specific talk for this conference. So for the ones who were at the hackathon, at the Iberian hackathon at the beginning, you may have talked to Swift first. So we'll install itself. There was a lot of Sendgrid love during API Days the first day. Yeah, Twilio loves too. But this is why they are. Michael, you're here. Swift is here. No, you revealed the secret. No.
Cool. That's loud. So yes, as Mehdi said, I am Swift. I'm here to talk to you guys today about something that I don't think gets enough attention in the API world, especially as much as it deserves. And the title of this talk is Deconstructing Scale, so you can probably deduce what this is actually about. But some of my ideas on scale I think might be pleasantly surprising. One of the reasons I really love these conferences, the APIdays in particular, is because we get this group of experts in this room to hear about all the best practices for building and constructing these APIs, right? And for maintaining them, and all this great stuff about, a good foundation of principles to work from, right? We should design RESTful APIs that have great documentation. We should be transparent about our intentions. Whatever, blah, 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 all these great things. And in this room, and in the room at pretty much every other API conference that tends to happen, we get all these experts to talk about these really cutting-edge things in terms of building and maintaining these APIs. And I find myself asking the question, like, why are we all so interested in building the best API possible? And there's a million answers to that, and we've heard those answers already during this conference, and you probably heard them in the past too. But I think fundamentally it boils down to this idea that if you have a really awesome API that provides some core functionality to developers, then they'll want to use it. And having a good API will make them more inclined to actually use your products. So they're tools for you to gain traction, users, data, whatever, for your business. So I want to pose a kind of a hypothetical. And so that's if all those developers who are eager to use your product showed up tomorrow to use it, like they just signed up and started using your API at full force, would your API scale with those users? And that's a loaded question, and I don't want you to answer that right now, because I think that we all have a different interpretation about what it means to scale. We think about it in different increments. Some people think about it in thousands, some people think about it in millions, some in billions. We think about it in hours, seconds, minutes, days, months, whatever. So I have two goals during this talk. And the first goal I have is I want to help us define what scale actually is. So to come up with a common framework for us to make these educated decisions about scale and to know about our APIs and how they scale. And then two, I want to go over a strategy that we've used at Sendgrid that's been really successful for helping us scale our APIs. And hopefully you guys will actually be able to use it too by the end of this talk, which will be great. So let's take a step back and talk about who I am and why you should care about what I have to say. To avoid any confusion, I am not Ryan Gosling, despite the handsome resemblance. I'm actually Swift. So I mentioned I'm a developer evangelist at Sendgrid, or Mehdi may have mentioned it before. If you don't know what Sendgrid is, we're an API company that makes it really easy to send and receive email. So we don't want you to ever have to set up a mail server ever again. I'm also one of the founders of Hacker League, which is a platform for people who organize and participate in hackathons. We actually used it at the hackathon for this conference 2 days ago, so you probably saw it then if you were there. I'm also a developer. I contribute to open source regularly. I've been in the business of building APIs and consuming them for a very long time, so I know a thing or two about that. I've been really lucky because I've been able to see this whole scaling process firsthand a number of times, which is awesome. And before I tell you about like that one that I mentioned before about Sendgrid, let's actually work on defining that term scale. So when we talk about scale, what do we actually mean, right? And I think the best way to figure that out is to think about well-known examples of scale. So if you were to think about scaling APIs, what are some companies that you would think of? Well, maybe you think of like Facebook or Twitter or whatever, or maybe when you think of scale, you think of apps like Pinterest or Instagram. And I think the common thread between all these things is they went from almost zero to like millions overnight, or some X number that's huge overnight. And so what's the common thread there? And the thread is the ability to dynamically increase our capacity for X, where X is this variable that could be traffic or users or email or whatever data point you want. And as long as we can increase our capacity for consuming whatever that variable is, then we're scaling. And this is a pretty good definition, but something seems kind of off, like it's missing to me. So let's do this scientific thing and actually like test it out. So here's a simple example. Being that we're in Spain, I want to scale my ability to consume tapas. And by that, I mean I want to increase my capacity for consuming delicious Spanish treats that if my girlfriend knew I was consuming, I'd be in big trouble because we started a diet yesterday. So don't tell her. But let's say like my base level is I can consume 3 tapas in 2 hours, right? Right now, without doing anything, I can do that. I can sit down and do that. So how can I scale this? Well, one of the ways I can do this is through exercise. So if I go out and I bike for an hour before I eat those delicious Spanish treats, then I can actually eat 4 tapas in 2 hours instead. So that's an improvement, right? Based on our definition from before, I've actually scaled my ability to consume tapas in a matter of exercising. Which is great, and by that definition works, but the problem comes in when we look at this second example, which is just a different form of exercise, right? So instead of biking for an hour, I can actually run for a half an hour, and I can consume those same 4 tapas in 2 hours. So that's also scaling, but there's definitely a separation between those 2 examples. One of them I had to exercise for an hour beforehand, and the other one I had to exercise for a half hour. And so they're both examples of scaling, but there's definitely a distinction that needs to be made. And being the astute scientists that we are, we need to come up with a definition that encompasses that difference. And so I think that a better definition is this one. Scaling is our ability to increase a capacity for X while minimizing the resources that are actually required to do it. Right? And that's super important because no matter how big your company is, how successful your API is, whatever, we all only have a very finite amount of resources that we can actually consume. And I think that the tapas example might be a little trivial to actually visualize that, so here's another step down the rabbit hole into an example. So we've all heard of this idea of linear scalability, and you can't really see this, 'cause I'm sorry about the colors, they're a little dark. I promise these slides are actually beautiful if you look at them, but so linear scalability is this idea that one server can handle n requests. If we throw 2 servers at it, it can handle 2 n requests, 3 servers, 3n, and so on. Well, each server actually costs us money to run. So the question is, at what point does the cost of running those servers actually greater than the amount of money that you have in the bank to sustain that cost? And so there's a point of inflection that you can't actually support scaling to a certain capacity. And by minimizing the amount of resources that we consume based on this past definition, all we're doing is moving that inflection point farther out along so that we can last longer and scale farther, right? So we get up to a higher number of X that we can consume. And so now that we have this definition of what we mean by scale, and it's a very general, it's nothing specific, let's talk about something a little bit more concrete and go back to the original question. So now that we have this definition, how can I know that my API is actually going to scale, right? We can't just wait for these users to show up and let it happen and see if it works. We need to kind of be proactive. So being the API enthusiasts and experts that we are, I'm cutting out there. What we do is we use these good foundation and principles that we've been talking about at this conference, right? So all of those awesome design patterns and practices and whatever. And that decreases the likelihood of us not being able to scale. And so how many times have you heard a developer say something like this, right? Like, my API is written in Ruby, and therefore it must scale. Or change out Ruby for Python or JavaScript, or insert your favorite language here, right? We were at dinner 2 nights ago, and I actually heard people talking about this, right? And so it happens all the time, and being a developer, I get into these arguments all the time about my favorite language and framework scales better than yours, so I'm better. But we don't really have any concrete data points to back that up. We come up with these really generalized benchmarks that say, okay, Rails can handle X requests, Node can handle X requests, so therefore Node must be better than Rails, or Rails must be better than Node, or whatever. But these are all very generalized benchmarks. So there's no way to really know for certain which is the best, and but yet we still go around telling each other that we're wrong about our opinions on these things. And we also do this when we talk about past examples of successful APIs. We come in here and we say, oh, well, Sendgrid and Twilio did X, so therefore if I do X, then I will also scale and be as good as them, right? And we go around making these generalizations all the time, but they don't actually fit. There's no one-size-fits-all for this stuff. And it kind of smells like bullshit to me. And I'm cutting out again. Am I back? Okay, cool. So one size doesn't fit all when it comes to scaling APIs. There's a ton of dependent variables. It could be something like hardware, your code, the garbage collection may just be off at that one moment. There's an element of luck, whatever, right? There's all these different things. And so, being the good agile methodologists and scientists that we are, we know that we should test this assumption of okay, if we assume that our code is going to scale, then we need to be able to figure out that it actually does. So now I'll start talking a little bit about what we did at Sendgrid to accomplish this. So how did Sendgrid figure out that its APIs were going to scale? And we actually ended up, when we started doing the opposite of what I'm going to suggest that you do, which is we did it live. We didn't really have a great way of testing out our APIs and knowing that they scale. So back in 2009, there were a number of reasons for that, right? The tools that I'm about to show you didn't necessarily exist in a great form. Like, sure, they were load testing and benchmarking tools, but they weren't exactly the best that were out there. And scale actually had a very different definition back then than it does today, in terms of like just the magnitude of requests that we're talking about. So here are some stats from when I started at Sendgrid. Now this is March 2012, so a little over a year ago. Sendgrid's been around since 2009. So just to give you an idea here, we had 3 evangelists on the team before me. There were about 60 employees, and these numbers are all approximate. I rounded to the nearest whole number. That we were sending about 4 billion emails a month, and total we'd sent about 40 billion emails. We'd just taken our Series B in February, and we were in hardcore scaling mode. So fast forward to today, and now we have almost all of those stats having doubled in a little over a year. So 6 evangelists, 140 employees. We've sent about 8 billion emails a month now. And we sent 115 billion total emails. So that's pretty large. It's 1% of the world's like legitimate emails. So like we're talking about a very significant number here. And we're capable of sending millions of emails at a time. But I don't really want to talk about like the relevance of those. What I want to talk about is like, how did it end up that we scaled like we nearly doubled all those numbers like dramatically like that? We must have had a great stack, or like experts, or like great testing, or we iterated quickly, or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But it's all bullshit. The truth is we got insanely lucky, and you guys shouldn't just rely on pure luck to actually scale your APIs. There's a million things that could have gone wrong, and if they would have gone wrong and something would have happened, then there could have been a huge problem. And we had our hiccups, don't get me wrong, but we got lucky enough to have we fixed them quick enough that our customers stuck around. The truth is, if developers are relying on your API for functionality, and you can't actually provide that functionality, they're not going to be there tomorrow. Like, they're going to leave and go find someone else who can do that. And I think we all know that, right, as people who consume APIs ourselves. If tomorrow you wake up and you can't use Twilio to send SMS, and that for a week you can't do that, you're like, okay, well, maybe I'll start looking for someone else. Or the same with Sendgrid, or name your favorite API. And it kind of comes back to what Mehdi was saying about building trust with these APIs. Like, if you can't trust the API to be there tomorrow, then how can I build my business around that functionality? So you have to know that you're going to scale. And if you don't, then you're just running blind, and you're counting on getting lucky. And I think at Sendgrid we really fall back on this loop of things, which is really cool. So the idea is deploy, test, and then measure. And we've been doing really good about this in terms of like, we come up with this idea of something that will work, like a hypothesis. We write the code that will help us launch it. We deploy it. We test to make sure that it's still working. We measure the impact of it, and then we iterate. And this is kind of like that agile life cycle too. But this is like our Sendgrid loop that we use. And we need to know how these changes that we're deploying are going to impact our customers, and we need to be prepared. And so we had to look for a way to test like just every part of our business, including scalability. So this is a really awesome quote by this guy, John F. Woods, who I actually have no idea who he is. And I tried to Google to figure it out, but I don't know really where it comes from. But he says, always code is that the guy who ends up maintaining your code will be a violent psychopath who knows where you live. And so we've definitely taken on this mentality when we're doing this deploy, test, and measure feedback loop. And everything we do with very purposefully, and we make sure that we measure the results and only do things that are going to end up progressing things and moving forward. And I think to make this relevant to the discussion we're having right now, this is probably a more interesting sentiment. So always test as if the guy who ends up consuming your API is a violent psychopath who knows where you live. So we really needed to figure out, like, if we're going to stick to this principle and stick to our feedback loop and all these things, then we really need to figure out a way to test our scalability and make sure that our customers don't come murder us in the night because they're not happy that our API didn't scale with them. or leave, really, was what I'm getting at. But so the question is, how do you get into this whole load testing or scalability testing for your API? So there's tools out there, and a couple of them would be things like Apache Benchmark, which probably is the most popular and the one you might be most familiar with. There's HTTP Perf, there's JMeter, there's some hosted solutions, there's all these tools, but there's problems with all of them, right? Like either it's a command line interface that you can automate and script, but you have to interpret and figure out what it means, or the hosted ones, maybe they're expensive or difficult to set up and get started with. All of them are difficult to automate. Scaling that stuff, like distributing it across multiple machines and like actually building up like millions of concurrent connections, like, are you kidding me? That'll never happen. You're going to end up re-architecting a huge solution. And fundamentally, me as a developer, like I built tons of websites, APIs, whatever, and I never did load testing on any of them because I never understood how to interpret the results. Like I didn't know if 1,000 concurrent connections was good or like 1,000,000 concurrent connections was good. Like I mean, I'm sure they're all good, but relatively speaking, what's that mean to me and my app? So we needed something that could grow with us at Sendgrid and scale with us and help us make it easy to automate and analyze and maintain these things. So we set out about finding something that was better, and it was a long road. This was not a very simple process, and a lot of times we said, we pushed it off and we said, we're not going to do it. We're going to push this back, next sprint, next sprint. And quitting would have been the easy way out, to just say we're not going to do this at all. And this is actually a really great quote, which I don't think actually belongs to anybody, but Mark Twain kind of gets attributed to this sometimes. So load testing was, finding a way to load test our APIs and make sure they were scalable was a hard problem, and it was definitely worth solving. So instead of having the core engineering team figure this out, we actually tasked Sendgrid Labs with doing this. So Sendgrid Labs is our R&D department, which is tasked with just building, MVPs for solutions that we need, or that our core competency for developers who are our customers. And so they came up with this thing called Loader.io, which we launched in March, which is really sweet. It's a simple cloud-based load testing tools for developers by developers. And I'm going to show you some of the stuff that it can do. And hopefully at the end of this talk, you'll be able to walk away and say, and actually try this out. It makes it really easy to create these load tests and actually figure out what they mean in a way that I've never been able to do before. And it makes it really accessible to both developers and non-developers alike. So the first thing we wanted to do was make it really easy to create these load tests. No more cryptic command line arguments that you don't understand what they mean. This is a really simple form that you fill out. You say the number of connections you want, the duration you want the test to run, give it some URLs, and hit go. And it runs the tests, and it's going to tell you exactly what's going on. There's also options for like tagging, adding notes, making reoccurring tests, scheduling tests, parameters, like whatever you could possibly need for this test. And it's all really simple and done through a form, a GUI that you can just set up and go with. There's simple inputs for the timeouts and the error thresholds that you're looking for to stop the tests, things like that. So really simple to set up and create, and anybody can do this, not just the developer, but your ops guy, whoever, right? And then when you actually run the test, we're going to give you like a really nice graph like this that shows you exactly what was happening. Results are crystal clear. There's no misinterpreting this. You can see exactly what's going on. So you can see like the number of connections, the average response time, the error rates, the amount of data that was transmitted, all of these things. And all of this can be shared, replayed, embedded, whatever. It's completely distributable, like however you want to do it. So these results are not something you just keep internal. You can actually share these results with your customers as you're going along and show them exactly how many connections your API can handle. Am I back? All right, now I'm back. So another really cool piece of this is that it integrates with REST APIs really well. So we allow you to set up things like multiple URLs, so you can test flows. So think OAuth, right, if you had to do a certain flow, or think like creating a user and then updating them and getting the list of users and getting a specific user, right, like whatever, some kind of flow through your API. You can set custom headers, parameters, content types. We have a rich query language so that lets you define like arbitrary parameters that get sent through. So you can say create users from IDs 1 to 100, and it'll do that and cycle through it. Right now there's support for basic auth of your API. and OAuth support is coming soon. So integrates with these REST APIs that we're building really well. We've been making these improvements since we launched this in March, based on whatever our customers need. So one of the things that they needed was this idea of cycling versus non-cycling tests. So non-cycling is the idea of you have X connections, and you make them over a total Y duration. And cycling is you maintain X connections for that Y duration. We also added the query language. We also added SSL support. We also added a bunch of other improvements, things like that. So definitely this is like an iterative process, and we're using our customers to help us actually figure out what the right way to do this is. Oh, my slides went away. There they go. Okay. So the stuff I talked about is accessible on the website. It's Loader.io. I'm not sure if you guys know this meme, but it's ain't nobody got time for that. So anybody can do this, but developers, like our time is valuable, so we don't have time to be going to like a web GUI every time we launch a new version of our app or our API and running these tests. That sucks. So why would I want to do this? Well, what do we look like, noobs? Come on, we're Sendgrid, we're API peoples, we're all developers, so of course we built an API so that you can automate this stuff and script it and use it with your continuous deployment stuff. So this is just one of the endpoints. It's for tests, or one of the resources for tests. So you can get the list of tests, create tests, update them, stop them, whatever, all dynamic. There's a plugin for Jenkins coming soon. There's also the ability to add apps on the fly and verify them, which is really awesome. And so, spoiler alert, here's my favorite part of Loader.io, is it's 100% free to use. So there's no barrier to entry for this. You can have no users at all and just launch your API and go sign up for Loader and get a benchmark without ever having to worry about it. It's up to 50,000 concurrent connections that you can just create on the fly right away. And so, companies of all size can actually use this. There's also add-ons for Heroku, Cloud Control, App Harbor, Azure's launching soon. So this is, in all of our favorite hosting environments, we can just go and grab it. Here's some data that shows how it's been going since we launched in March. So 3.5 billion connections have been made from Loader.io, 16 terabytes of data in and out, 7,500 apps have been tested, and there's 35,000 tests that have been performed total. And we have a ton of adoption from customers of all sizes, small and large. We actually use it at Sendgrid to test our own APIs and make sure that they're scalable. So we're adding, right now we're working on SMTP support so that you'll be able to test us against other mail providers. Obviously there's still HTTP support as well. So where are we going with this? I think that we're kind of coming back to this idea of certifying that APIs are scalable, much like Mehdi was getting at, in terms of giving an API and an endpoint a grade. We're also working on sending out alerts when your scalability changes or your performance degrades. And then eventually we want to come up with recommendations for like the best stack, language, framework, whatever. So yeah. So more to come from Loader.io. Definitely keep your eyes on that. So I'm going to wrap this up here because I know that we all want coffee and those treats that are over there that I can't have. But special thanks to the Noun Project for all those awesome pictures that I have in my slides. I'm still not Ryan Gosling. I'm still Swift. You can find me on Twitter at SwiftAlpha1, or you can email me. They call me Swift at Gmail or Swift at Sendgrid. So thanks.
Good tool, very good, beautiful tool. Any question about Loader.io, Swift, or stuff? Yeah.
Just out of interest, do you use Loader.io to test Loader.io?
Yeah, so I'm actually not sure if they use it.
Yeah. I'm not actually sure if they use it to test their current deploys right now. It's quite possible that that's either already happened or it's in the works. I think that I would have to ask the labs guys specifically. I know that they had some original problems with. Originally, they built it on like an open source tool and made a wrapper for it, and they were having problems actually testing, like using whatever they were doing, like automating their own tests. So. They ended up rewriting bindings to libcurl, which is pretty awesome, so that they could actually, decouple the whole thing and test individual pieces. So I imagine that they're probably doing that. I'm not actually 100% sure, though. Other questions?
I have one question.
How did I make my slides so beautiful?
Yeah. The first question, yes. your slides are really beautiful. So maybe you're not a developer, you're just a designer first. Yeah, graphic designer. No. So this is your secret, but so you thought maybe Loader.io will make a kind of scalability approved, for example. But what will be your criteria? You know, what would be to your mind? What would be the criteria to say? Because if you're in a startup, maybe your the scalability you have at this moment is not the same as a big company launching an application. So what will be the criteria to say approved or not approved?
I think the criteria needs to be the customer's actual needs. So, for example, if you are a customer and you're looking for an API and you're looking at two APIs. One is like a new API that's just launched, and one is an established player. And you're only sending, like, I'm going to use email as an example because that's obvious. I'm talking about Sendgrid. Say you're only sending 1,000 emails a month, and you just launched, and there's a new, the novice API, scales up to like 10,000 concurrent connections, and Sendgrid scales up to like 10 million or something like that, right? Well, knowing what your actual requirements are, you can safely go with the API that is the novice one that doesn't support as many connections as Sendgrid, just because you know what your requirements are. So it's not necessarily about grading in comparison to each other. It's more about grading in comparison to your needs, rather than like setting up benchmarks for everything.
When you have monopoly APIs like Facebook or Twitter, even if you have, if they say, oh, it's not scalable, you're obliged to use them if you want to use them. So only on maybe very neutral transactional thing, SMS, mails, I don't know, other very neutral thing and more transactional. But thank you for presenting Loader.io. Thank you very much, and let's have some coffee.
See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Straight up made my powers amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry Muscle Man's fun of punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't stop from my powers amazing. An ironical haikus written in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, light comes when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, light comes when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. See the magical circles tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me. Don't trade on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, light comes when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's fun of punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't stop from my power's amazing. I'm ironical haikus written in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, light See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Straight up made, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's fun of punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, yeah, don't step from my power's amazing. Unironical haikus written in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie.
We'll come back. We will continue with Saeed. Saeed, about now it will be more mashing up and mixing API sessions, and we will talk about what Saeed has done, and yes, after we have some question. It's a session about API mixing and API scripting. So Saeed, this is for you.
Thank you. Thanks. Hi everyone. Thank you for showing up. My name is Saeed Aghaee, and I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Lugano in Switzerland. So my research revolves around web APIs, web engineering, and human-computer interaction. And today I'm going to talk about web API integration, and I'm going to show that how it can be done without writing a single line of code. So you all know that there is an increasing number of web APIs. Some say around 9,000 APIs, and yesterday we had some predictions that by 2017 we will have like 1 million APIs. Anyways, thanks to all these APIs, the web is now programmable. And one of the many things that we can do in this environment, this programmable environment, is integration. Developers can easily integrate APIs and create new services and applications rapidly. And the result is usually called a mashup. But this is not just developers that can benefit from this environment, but everyone. And by everyone, I mean each and every user of the web. Well, the web is a dynamic environment, and its user may have a lot of situational needs that can be addressed through ad hoc integration. This phenomenon is called the line tail. So it was proposed by Chris Anderson. But in reality, not everyone can benefit from integration. API integration is a skilled operation. It requires programming, and not everyone is a programmer. So this problem has been identified a while ago, and people from academia and industry have been trying to tackle it. They have come up with solutions known as mashup tools. These tools aim at reducing the complexity of mashup development down to the level where there is no need for explicit coding. You may have heard of some of them. You know, some industrial mashup tools like JACP, Presto, Yahoo Pipes, WSO2. Some of them have been already shut down, like Microsoft Popfly. Tools from academia are usually research prototypes. But the problem is that most of industrial mashup tools are too specialized. It means that it cannot be used by non-programmers. They have to do a lot of learning before using these tools. So practically, they cannot be used by non-technical users. And the rest of the tools are too simplified. They cannot be used to integrate every kind of API. And this is clearly a disadvantage. So what I've been trying to do in my PhD is to find a proper balance between the expressive power and simplicity of the tool. And so far, my research has resulted in the design of natural mash, a mashup tool that I'm going to describe in the rest of my talk. In contrast to many existing mashup tools, natural mash targets a wide range of end users. Users without programming knowledge and with little experience in using Web 2.0 services can actually integrate APIs, as you will see in this talk. As I said, we target non-technical users. And in the beginning, we realized that the notion of API integration is not that obvious to non-technical users. So we tried to come up with some metaphors known to users, like cooking, for instance. So using that metaphor, ingredients refer to web APIs. The result, the output, which is a mashup, is called recipe, and the act of integration is cooking. Easy, right? So the most important part is clearly the user interface. So we try to keep it as simple as possible, and this is a single-page application. There is no tab-based environment, and it's composed of only 4 main components. There is ingredient toolbar, which lists the available components, available APIs. There is the output here, visually represented to users as it's like a portal, and this ingredient doc, which contains the ingredients that are used in the mashup, and this is where the user are supposed to write the recipe. And the recipe is written in natural language, but the natural language is controlled. It means that it's restricted in terms of vocabulary and grammar. So not arbitrary input are not accepted by the system. So the language supports 2 control flow semantic event-based. For that, it uses casual sentences like when these, then do. It also supports sequential integration using imperative mode sentences. Do this and then do that. So the grammar of the language largely comes from its API annotation, natural language annotation of of the API. For instance, Twitter search API can be annotated as search Twitter for a keyword, right? And then the user can type arbitrary text into the text field, and the system tries to come up with some suggestions. For instance, here, if I write find, and then I get a list of suggestions. For now, it's keyword based, and synonym based. So if I also write search, I will get the same suggestions. But there's a lot of potential here for using a state-of-the-art natural language processing technique. So we can actually infer the meaning of the input and then do the component discovery based on that. So another important thing is user interface design. Most of mashups have a user interface, so we had to provide a means to, for user interface design. Basically, users can move and resize widgets, so it's really intuitive. They really like that. From the human-computer interaction point of view, we use two different interfaces. Visual interfaces and natural language interfaces. Visual interfaces are intuitive. They support direct manipulation, and natural language interfaces are descriptive, so they complete each other. Okay. Another technique is called live programming. So as you may have noticed, there is no run button here. The whole cycle of edit, compile, and run is automated. So the output gets updated as the users type into the text field, and vice versa. So it significantly reduces the cognitive cost of integration. Okay, so it's a more time. Let's watch a video that. Okay, let's watch a video to see. Okay, to see how these features work together. Let's integrate three APIs. Last.fm, which is a service by which you can, search for music, artists, and sites, and YouTube and Facebook. Okay, so imagine that you are you're looking for a sign, but you don't remember its name, and you don't know about Last.fm service, right? So I'll show you how you can actually do that with natural mash, and also integrate it with other services. So we just type find sign, and then we get suggestions. Okay. So the user can select one of them. So these are the natural language annotation of the capabilities the APIs offer. So find signs title, and then we write the input. So this is the input parameter of the API. So we want 2013 remixes. So as we type into the text field, the output gets updated. So we immediately gets the output in a widget. Also, the output is interactive. You can interact with the output, and then you get suggestion in the text field. For instance, if you click on an item, then you get the corresponding suggestion, which is when an item is selected. Then you don't have to remember this kind of behavior. Okay, so when an item is selected, we also want to get the music video of that sign. So we use YouTube. We just type YouTube, and then we get suggestions. So find YouTube videos about. Okay, and title comes from the behavior. So whenever we click on an item, the title is passed to the next description, and then we get the suggestions. Okay. So again, if we click on an item on in the YouTube widget, we get the corresponding behavior when a video item is selected. So what about posting it on Facebook, for instance? So another way to discover components is to type the name of the component in the ingredient toolbar if you know the name of the service. and then we can just drag and drop it to the text field or the output field. Okay, we get the suggestion, and then we want to post a video link to the user's wall. Again, we click, we get videos, and then videos. So this is the OAuth that appears. So the tool supports different versions of OAuth. Okay. Yeah, it's posted. Okay. So as I mentioned, the tool targets a wide range of users. That also includes developers. So developers can integrate APIs, but they can also contribute to the ingredients bar. The richer the ingredient library is, the more innovative mashups the users can create. So they can contribute to the ingredients library on their own, or they can receive a call from users. For instance, when they type something in the text field and then they get no suggestions, they can make a call to the crowd of developers, and then they can receive it and wrap the corresponding component and put it in the ingredient library. And in terms of from the technical point of view, there is no limitation. Developers can use whatever technologies available in the API domain. For instance, they can use HTTP pipes, they can use OAuth, JavaScript plus HTML, and they all abstracted here without users knowing about the underlying technology. Okay. In terms of research and development, we adopted iterative user-centered approach. It means that we have several iterations, and in each iteration we do a little bit of design, implementation, evaluation, and analysis. And the analysis informs the next iteration. So far we have completed 2 iterations. So it means that we have conducted 2 evaluations that I'm going to talk a little bit about. So the evaluations were in the form of user study. The goal was simply to assess the usability. We wanted to see if it can be used by non-technical users. We had a total of 36 participants. We did usability testing. We adopted think aloud method, questionnaire, and interview. And we just gave them tasks to do, plus an open task. In the open task, we asked them to come up with their own idea and create a new mashup on their own. And the results were really satisfactory. 95% of participants completed the task. We got very good results. Some of the mashups proposed by users are really interesting. We'll just skip that. Okay, so that was in the lab. We believe that it's time to take the tool in the wild and test it in the real world. But for that, we need some users, both developers and non-technical users. So if you are interested in trying out Natural Mesh, you can just go to the website and just give us your email, and then we'll send you an invitation. Okay? Okay. As a conclusion, I believe the programmable web can reach its full potential only when everyone is able to integrate APIs. But there's a long way to go, and I think we believe that Natural Mesh is the biggest step towards that vision. It supports a wide range of users with little experience using Facebook, for instance, other Web 2.0 services. It allows them to integrate web APIs, every kind of web APIs with different integration techniques. But there is still a lot of potential to be exploited, and for that we are looking for collaboration with industry, with you guys, and I'm really positive about that. Okay, that brings us to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any questions,
if someone has any question? I have one question. I will stop to make this joke, but I have one question, because now you script APIs with a kind of custom human-based scripting language, so maybe kind of shell bash thing, but more for human thinking. Don't you think that the when then is do you think it's sufficient to describe all the API interaction? And my last question is, why don't you use a programming language to do it? So, two questions.
Yeah, basically, so there's a trade-off. I mean, if we increase the expressive power, we are sacrificing the simplicity of the tool, right? So we are actually fine-tuning this trade-off, and for that, we think these two semantics are enough. But actually, the language itself also supports loops, like for each, and when we didn't see any need for that, so we just removed it. And another question was about programming language. So basically, a natural language is more understandable than a programming language. That's what I think.
So if you think that natural language is more understandable than programming language, but what is the main difference between drag and drop, for example? Or, for example, you know, tools like Elastic.io, CloudWork, where you make links between APIs with the mouse, and graphical, like a Visual Studio, for example, or stuff like that. Yes, why you think your human language is better?
Basically, the tool also supports drag and drop. I showed it. So we are not just supporting drag and drop and direct manipulation. Basically, direct manipulation is a good technique, but the problem is that it's not descriptive. So to compensate this problem, we use natural language. So they actually complete each other. So it's not natural language versus drag and drop or direct manipulation. It's just that we selected these techniques and we put them all together in one interface. So they compensate each other's lag.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We will continue about mashing up APIs and scripting APIs. A presentation I've made at API Strategy Conference at New York. Me too. At New York a few months ago. It was in February. This is an update of the conference and of the talk. And the talk is 1 million APIs in 2017. 1 million APIs. So what would be the glue of this 1 million APIs? So this is it. So again, as yesterday, because one of the speakers couldn't come today, so I take his place. I'm co-founder of Webshell.io. We just launched a product which is OAuth.io, 50 OAuth providers unified in only one JavaScript interface. So we are trying to make an API integration platform and unifying all these APIs together to provide trust for developers when they build applications for a long time. I'm also author of the API rating agency blog, apigeorge.tumblr.com, which has funny gifs about APIs, and one of the co-organizer of APIdays conference. I've made a talk yesterday about trust, and I think by providing tools for developers, enabling to make them application, at least you provide trust, and this is what we think at Webshell. So, and I think all these libraries, all the tools, all the APIs are just little piece of a global supply chain, and this is what we really think. And if last time, and then I will try without the mic. Okay. So the battery. So in 2005, John Musser, founder of ProgrammableWeb.com, told that API are like glue. API are like glue. It was in 2005, and but a lot of things have changed. You know, Saeed, you talked about it. There were a lot of big players try to mix API, to script, and to combine APIs. So it was Google with Google Mashup Editor, Yahoo with Yahoo Pipes, Microsoft with Popfly. It was very easy with drag and drop to make a kind of application. But what I have to say is, it's so 2006. It's so old style. And one of the main reasons it doesn't succeed, to my mind, is that you would not capable to make advanced applications, high-value application, because you were limited, because you were not a programmer. It was not designed for programmers. You were completely limited by mixing APIs together. So, and a lot of things has passed, and now some, yeah, as I said, APIs are like building bricks. To my mind, APIs are not like glue. They are like building bricks, and enabling you to build your applications. So today, in 2013, we have a lot of API scripting tool, API mashup tool for developers, for non-developers. You have the list here. You have even natural mash. But I think we missed something. I really think we missed something. So I would say to John that I met him a lot of time. We have some discussion. I would say API are like glue. Not yet. They are not yet like glue. Because as some developers in the room, we often have to continue to program, to use programming language. We need a backend, we need a lot of things. And you cannot only build application using APIs and only APIs. You need to make the glue between APIs with programming language, some Python, Ruby, Go, JavaScript, whatever the language, but API are not the glue. Programming language are the glue of the building bricks, which are the APIs. And this is my opinion, and this is why I will present today. So in 2017, we expect from Treescale and Programmable Web 1 million APIs. So it means 1 million API design, 1 million API design, because you know API interface. And to my mind, I think it's the best photo representing an API metaphor. You know Avatar, the movie, when he has to connect with the horse, kind of horse, and yes, it's kind of synapse, I think we say in English. And so API interface. But what is very strange is that for the same resource, and this is why we have Jeremy Ali, which is, for example, API designer, for exactly the same resource on the back, we may have different API design and different interface. It is exactly the same resource, but we have different design. So it will what will be the standard design in few years? We have Ori Pekelman this morning talking about hypermedia pattern. But even about hypermedia, you can design an API differently from another. So, do we developer will have to learn to discover the API each time, or we will have a pattern and a standard? So I really think that let everybody has the same, make his own design is not the good way. So what's the way? I'm maybe the only startup entrepreneur which prefer Bill Gates than Steve Jobs. I'm maybe the only one, but because he made a company based on Windows, and he won so much money with this product. I will not troll about Windows here, but it's hard to sell less good products. It's easy for Steve Jobs. It was easy to sell very good products. It's easy to sell good products. It's very hard to sell products that a lot of people say things. But the real thing is it's very hard to make good products. This is why Steve Jobs was maybe better. But for me, I like Bill Gates. I like Bill Gates because it was in the IT industry. It was the first to provide trust to developers and to everybody into the ecosystem. With this, can you read MS-DOS, Microsoft DOS? We were in the 90s. We were in the beginning of the 90s. And you have a lot of operating system. We had a lot of computers. We have IBM computers, Commodore computers, Apple computers, the first one, and developer, and yes, and a lot of hardware, many hard drive, many printers, different printers. And for developers, it was extremely hard to build application for example, one hard drive. And if you plug another hard drive, the application doesn't work. So we needed complete interoperability between all the hardware. And Bill Gates made this promise. He said, I will make a hardware, so this is all the hardware in the 80s, sorry. We didn't have so much hardware, but he made the promise. He said, I will make. He didn't make it, he stole it, but he said, I will provide for developers a unified interface and hardware abstraction layer, enabling every developer to trust my operating system, trust my layer with drivers. I will maintain the drivers for every developer. Then, if you make an application using one type of hardware, it will work with any type of the same hardware. And with this, IBM said, okay, let's do it. And Microsoft DOS has been the kind of standards. Unix follow also this way. But in the business, Microsoft DOS has been the standard and has made Microsoft the most valued company in 1998 at $800 billion if we keep the dollar constant value. So more than Apple has reached a few months ago. So it was crazy. Only provide this trust for developers to say, I will maintain the driver, focus on your applications, don't focus on the hardware. And then when Win32 API, DirectX, a lot of things. He provides trust to the developers. And I think in API we need to provide exactly the same thing. So what can be, oops, sorry. Yeah, what could be the standards? We have different kind of standards. We can have a kind of open and reflection standards from the EATF standard. We can have business standards or de facto standards. So, for example, one example is OAuth, which is an EATF standards. So we had OAuth 1, which has been accepted few years ago. OAuth 2, which is not completely accepted. But for example, today we have more than 500 APIs using OAuth protocol with dozens of different specs. They don't follow the standards or the EATF discussions. And I think with the number of APIs growing, number of design, number of different patterns, the ETF standard scheme is too long. It's too long. We will not be able to have this kind of standards. So business standards, like Microsoft one, for example. Microsoft was a business standards. I don't understand why Unix didn't win the operating system and the kernel war. I really don't understand it. But this is why, because Bill Gates really understands first the business ecosystem better than the others. So this is a XKCD drawing, how standards proliferate. I don't know if you can read, but you have 14 standards, and one company say, oh, I will make a standards of the older standards because we need the new standards, and a few weeks after you have 15 standards. And you can continue a lot of time with this. So everybody wants to be the standards. And I think today, in the 80s, because Microsoft sold MS-DOS to IBM, and because IBM was IBM, a lot of developers say, oh, we have to code on IBM platform. We have to code on IBM computers. It was so huge that the whole developer community has taken the Microsoft DOS standards. But today we don't have such big company in the API ecosystem. We don't have a company who can enhance all the ecosystem. So I don't believe in business standards. We are in a world that more and more developers, completely decentralized. So open source is going bigger. So I think we have to follow de facto standards. That standards that are already there, and we just have to leverage the standards with you. It's exactly like judo, you know, judo or wrestling. It's exactly that. So you can compete against someone which is stronger than you, or you can use the force with you and follow his force and take it with you. And I really think that we need to do with de facto standards. So I will talk about modern computing standards and web standards. This is the next slides are completely inspired by Mike Amundsen, which is API architect on Layer 7, and he made a talk at APIdays that really APIdays Paris that I really advise you to see, which is Future Interface, and he made a complete 50 years history about modern computing, and I really advise you to see it. So, what did the evolution of modern computing bring? So, I like the baseline of Jeff Lawson from Twilio. So, a lot of Twilio love in APIdays, but we are software. And if you see his talk, he said, because we are software, developer or a software manager, IT engineers, because we are software, we make things better designed than old classical way, old classical things. You have to see his keynote. I cannot make it better than him, so you have to see it. But type we are software. It's a copyrighted, but I couldn't make a copyright here. And what I would think is also it's a Chinese proverb: drinking the water of a well, one should never forget who dug it. And I will talk about the guys who dug the software world that we know today. The first one on API world is Rory Fielding with REST. That yes, representational state transfer. That we need to put hypertext. Hypertext is the core of the web, and even API has to follow this pattern of REST. Lot of RESTful debate, but yes, he is one of the pioneers of the new API economy, explaining and providing the REST pattern. Then JSON or JSON for Spanish. Yes, Douglas Crockford said we need a kind of not competitor, but to replace XML, which is only machine readable stuff. We need a human readable thing, and he said that he has been inspired by JavaScript, so JavaScript object notation, but he wanted someone which is language agnostic, so any language can understand JSON, even if it's inspired by JavaScript. This is why we have today a lot of REST JSON API. And the first one was Flickr in 2005, really to be a REST JSON. Then Node. Node is very important, and Mike and Munson explained it very well, that Ryan Dahl said, we have, with many APIs worldwide, many services, we have a latency issue. Latency is a bug a lot of the time. Latency, we try to avoid latency. And he said, okay, but if we transform this bug into a feature, And if we use latency, if we use, if we use this latency to make our code better, faster, and don't wait for other, no, he said exactly, don't block the traffic. Don't stop to think input, output, and completely in workflow, in chain. So let's wait for, let's process asynchronous code. It was a big improvement into the thing. And he didn't make Node for JavaScript. He said Node is for everything. But he said because the JavaScript community and the Google V8 engine is made for JavaScript, he said, okay, let's do it for JavaScript. But he never thought that it was designed for JavaScript. Git. Also, Git is very important. He has changed the mind of developers. Git has killed SourceForge. You know, SourceForge, the community of developers building things. When you forked on SourceForge, you were a breaker. You are a selfish guy, you know. But with Git, the versioning system, now everybody can fork and innovate and make its own stuff, and we can now develop in a separate ways in arborescence. And Git is mainly versioning for arborescent stuff. And Git has killed SourceForge. Not killed, but SourceForge really had less traction after Git. And because we have Git, we have GitHub. GitHub is just a wonderful interface for understanding and working with Git. GitHub now is more than that. Because GitHub has made a community based on this versioning and this interface. Now GitHub is a decentralized open source community. And yes, and the promise of GitHub really enabled the promise of open source, that 1 million eyes will see 1 million projects. So everybody is able to fork, to pull requests to a project which is interesting. You are able to start, to watch. GitHub is made for that and made the open source promise real. I never understood their logo, but it's okay. And the last thing that Mike Amundsen said in his talk is that we go to smaller but numerous APIs, numerous services. It's finished the platform thing. Now we have a lot of APIs which are really focused on something, on mail, on SMS, on payments. And every API is going to really focus on it. For example, the OAuth.io API, which is only focused on OAuth, and it goes like that. And this is exactly what I showed yesterday about my talk about trust, but where the classical industry has made exactly like that. Now, every company is specialized in one thing and find this value into the ecosystem. And APIs and service will do exactly the same. So I finished to stall the Mike Amundsen slides and IDs. No, I just wanted to add to his talk that the web is evolving in a way that it becomes completely browser-based. How many JavaScript libraries? The webs become browser-based. The webs become client-side, and it's a fact. A lot of my friends Rubyists or Pythonists say don't like JavaScript, so they don't want to hear it. But this is the fact. This is the fact that it's become completely browser-based. I don't know if because Node.js and V8 Google Engine put JavaScript, because in 2009 or 10 JavaScript was completely not trendy. It was out of fashion. But now everybody wants to say that JavaScript is. A lot of people say JavaScript is the future and a lot of things. Even he has a lot of people can troll on it. But yes, if you see, for example, Stack Overflow, they make some Stack Overflow in GitHub Graph. JavaScript is the most used and most talked about language. So this is why I had your question about natural mash, but I think today we need a whole expressivity of a web language to script APIs. And for example, if it would be JavaScript, if we follow this, all the de facto standards, it would be JavaScript objects. So you would be able to print a Google map with api.google.maps and instantiate it to a variable. So var m equal api.google.maps, m.center Paris, mzoom 15, for example. So API endpoints would become objects, and we will use them exactly like programming language. For exactly like authentication, API.twitter.auth, for example, or even endpoints like getting friends from Facebook. So now, if I take the Bill Gates, if I take again the Bill Gates approach, what would be an operating system for the web, enabling this trust for developers? So this is the first software industry phase, the personal computer phase. You had the hardware, applications, and you need an OS to make the link between hardware and applications. This is MS-DOS and what Windows did, for example. But today, my hardware is Amazon. My hard drive is Dropbox. You know, my CPU, my CPU is my processor on Amazon. My application use APIs. It's Twitter, it's Foursquare, it's Facebook, it's what you want. But what is the glue here between my cloud hardware? Cloud hardware is kind of strange, but and my API. So what would be the kind of OS? So this is a classical diagram of a classical operating system with a kernel. So you have the programs, the syscall, the CPU, the RAM, and the file system, the drivers, and the hardware. And this is mainly the hardware abstraction layer. So this is it. But because of Node, which enable you really to manage CPU and RAM of your server, we can transform the hardware abstraction layer into an API abstraction layer. For example, we can use schema.org, which is kind of description of what is made by Googlers, but for example, what is video, what a user, and enables you to really understand all the description needed to represent it. But if you use so we will not have application on top, but scripts. The syscall will be kind of API. The CPU RAM sandboxing would be made with thanks to Node.js. You also need maybe a file system, but the drivers would be API wrappers. So you would wrap API to maintain this trust and say to developers, we will follow APIs for you, exactly in the same way. And my hardware is not anymore hardware, but it's API web service, because between each API there is humans and there are also hardware. But this is the same abstraction than the cloud. But we can do exactly the same comparison, but we just need API wrappers to maintain, like Bill Gates said, we will maintain the drivers. So another representation, but for example, as a classical operating system, so the operating system, the CPU, the hard drive, the program. But now on the web, it could be this. So it could be represented exactly like this, with the infrastructure as a service, the cloud storage. But it's exactly that. It works exactly in the same way. And the operating system would be also made with a kernel, a shell interface, maybe like your language, which is a kind of shell bash thing, human thing. And application will be API-driven applications using API. So yes, and of course Amazon or GitHub for my file storage. Funny. So to finish, I will quote. If we take the operating system comparison to the end, we'll take Brendan Heisch, one of the inventors of JavaScript. So JavaScript is the assembly language of the web. A lot of trolls on Hacker News, a lot of things. So I will not debate about it. But just think that because the browser understands only JavaScript and is the lowest language we can process on the browser, even it's better than assembly language. This is the assembly language of the web. Some people say it's the C of the web. But so if we continue the comparison, so the C language, assembly language, the bytecode with the program kernel and the hardware. So on the right, you may have, for example, CoffeeScript, JavaScript. So for example, why JavaScript is an assembly language? Because maybe you have CoffeeScript on top of it. My bytecode is Node.js in V8, and my program is now apps powered by APIs. And yes, the Webshell could be the kernel because, you can go on the platform. You will see we build exactly the piece of the software enabling to do that because we wrapped all APIs together. We make the API wrappers. But I wanted to put out Webshell of the presentation. I just forget this slide. and APIs on the back. But it's exactly the same comparison with an operating system. So the idea is to have a whole expressivity for to script APIs. So on Webshell, we are an APIs. We take no classical parameters. We take JavaScript as parameters, and we process JavaScript for you, and following your JavaScript instructions for your script to interact with APIs, exactly like a kind of operating system, but this. So this is what I say. For example, a kind of code for Google Maps, var m equal api.google.maps. You can even take the size m.center args city for Paris or Madrid, mzoom.1213, for example, and you can really work with APIs like objects. This is our authentication method, api.facebook.auth success function, and it return. And for example, it can return you api.facebook.me and your friends from api.facebook.getUserFriends. So it's really kind of use APIs exactly like JavaScript, a kind of top layer of Node.js, but oriented for APIs. So last thing, but maybe if we're trying to make a new way of programming from object-oriented programming by transforming Java into JavaScript objects. Maybe we are defining a new kind of API-oriented programming, but kind of marketing stuff. So to finish, we think that the cloud operating system would be a platform running on Node, and especially Node.js, where developer can script any kind of APIs, client-side or server-side in JavaScript, for creating new REST JSON microservice, tiny service, very focus-oriented, in a collaborative file system, GitHub synchronized. This is our vision of the operating system. And today, two platforms enabling that: script.google.com, which is a kind of exactly that, but for Google services, and Webshell. But Webshell is an open API that Google is not an open API for the moment. Just that. So my last thing would be: are you an API developers? Some developers, we are oriented object programmers, agile developers. So, but today developers don't feel they are API programmers. Why don't you put on your resume that you have, you know, Facebook API, you know, Twitter API? You say you know HotAquery or jQuery. It's a library. Why don't you say that you know how to use APIs? Because they are, I think, the future of software. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Have you heard of mashup markup language, enterprise, EMML? So have you thought of integrating your Webshell language, your script with EMML? Have you thought of integrating your shell script language with EMML? It's a markup language, then.
We're thinking about a lot of things, because a lot of many possibilities. For the moment, we didn't thought to integrate it. We're really more programming language oriented, more JavaScript oriented. We just want to make an interface enabling APIs to be controlled, written, and scripted more in JavaScript on top of Node.js. But we can in the future maybe we can integrate it.
Yeah, hi. I just wondered if the W3C are doing anything around API standards. The W3C, are they involved in API standards?
As I said, I think W3C EATF standards is that the crowd of developers making things goes too fast and too strong than following institutional standards. This is my vision. Maybe tomorrow, not tomorrow, but because it takes longer. But W3C would say this is the standards, and everybody will follow it, and I would be pleased. I would be very happy to that. But I just don't believe it. I just believe that we are in an era now of crowdsourced innovation, crowdsourced code and development. So we need. The companies or the standards or the libraries or the technology which will success will be only one to leverage all the ecosystem and all the developers. This is, to my mind, why GitHub has so much success. GitHub is not making marketing. We make marketing for GitHub. I've made one, you know. So if you understand and leverage your ecosystem, you will be the de facto standards. And exactly like Microsoft DOS has been the de facto standards, because at this time he leveraged the ecosystem of IBM. But now I think the ecosystem is completely decentralized, and so we will follow de facto standards. But let's talk in a few years when W3C will make a standards and everybody will follow it. Thank you very much. I make my other hat. So now we will receive Aurélien Fache from Faber Novel. Faber Novel is one of the co-organizers of APIdays Paris and one of the main co-organizers of APIdays San Francisco, and even help us on Madrid. So this is one of the co-founder of APIdays conference. We made together a white paper on APIs, which has been presented at APIdays Paris, but which has 60,000 views on SlideShare for slide deck on APIs. It's quite good. A lot of companies are involved. We make a kind of API hours thing to evangelize about APIs into companies. And so Aurélien will present you a piece of the white paper, but you will be able to have access to it at the end of the day. With this white paper, his name 6 reasons why your CEO has to be interested in APIs or something like that. But there are 6 concrete cases about it, and it's very, because if you are interested in APIs, you have to promote APIs. You know, everybody's kind of API evangelist. I think everybody here at the end of the day will be a kind of API evangelist. If you think it's a revolution, yeah. And this slide deck that Aurélien will present you, I think is the best tool to promote it for non-API aware people. Great. So please, let's applaud Aurélien Fache.
Yeah. Yes, I'm Aurélien from Faber Novel, the API evangelist, maybe the only one with Mehdi and others on Paris. A small API evangelist on Paris, a small team. C'est bon là? Oui. Yeah, I come to Madrid to practice my English, so sorry. So don't speak about technical aspects. Its main focus on product management, on R&D, on open innovation. This is why we call the desk how to explain to CEO why we should be interested in API with Webshell. And so, what is an API? API is a specific. It's maybe a standard to exchange data between 2 entities. Yeah. And yeah, it's okay. Shoot. No, it's okay. But another for your CEO, it's better to explain that you can plug your open, not open data, but you can plug your system to another system. This is input-output. So you can provide business assets, data, not to anyone. You can specify who has access to your business data, etc. And everybody, or some private people, can use your business assets or your data. This is a plug analogy. Or maybe if you want, Mehdi already did analogy with a car. Yesterday, there is a car maker with one block. They make all the stuff, wheels, seat, brake, light, roof, and now this is a system integrators. So every company around the car maker build stuff, and the car maker is a system integrator.
Shit.
Better. C'est pire. Sorry. Need help, please. Yeah, it's better. Sorry. So we have three kind of API. So private. Use a famous private API is Amazon. We have a partner API and public API. I will take a look on the different advantage of this three kind of API later. So this is a huge trend of API. Yeah, I know this is not. Yes. Yeah. This is a huge trend of API. Today we have. This is not the final number because we have 9,000 of API of the main sites Program Lab Web. You can see the growth, exponential growth, and this is. The 9,000 API, it's I need to practice the micro too. And the main 9,000 API is the public API because we don't know how many private API. Do you know how many private API? How many totally we have? Do we have API? No. Any idea? I don't know too. So this is a small number about Twitter API call. For example, Twitter, we have 13 billion call API call per day, major of Twitter.com. Google, we have 5 billion API per day. Facebook, eBay, and AccuWeather. Do you know AccuWeather? It's a weather provider. We don't know yet, but it's 1.1 billion API call per day. So many people use Twitter.com website, but maybe there is more API call than Twitter.com call. And this is, yeah, for your CEO, this is not just API call, this is a business, this is money. For example, Expedia make $2 billion per year with with our API. They expose business as usual API. 100% of what they do with business through APIs, $2 billion per year, dollars. So this is money. This is not a technical or how many million of call. And we have API in every kind of industry. So social, everybody knows Facebook, tools, mapping with Google Maps. Every kind of industry is API. Telephony with Tilio, shopping, music, Econest. Because data is everywhere, API is everywhere, sorry. Photo, like a filter. But now we have even a filter photo through API. Video, messaging, etc., etc., etc. Even maybe with a quantified self movement, you know, with a Fitbit, necklace, etc. Even the health, we have some API on health industry. So I give you some case study. It's really important to. It's better way. Yeah. Oui. J'ai pas de chance, moi. Allô?
Hola.
Yeah, yeah. This is on your right. This is API-driven company. So you focus on your core business and let and connect with partner, for example, or maybe developer or another company through API. So the main study, case studies number one, Salesforce. Everybody know Salesforce. So we took a small example to explain the leverage of API. What to do with and without API. If we don't have an API, it's like 3 meetings per day, 2,000 days per year, and $700 per year. So without API, Salesforce need to spend enough $9 million of dollars to do what without API. The cost without API. To Hello? Allô? Ah, c'est mieux là. Ah, vous me faites des efforts déjà en anglais, c'est pas ah si en plus je dois... So for Extraverted, it's a new drive of traffic. It's a new way to generate revenues and a new distribution channel. So Netflix, everybody know Netflix? Sorry. It's a movie rental. So for us, it's for Netflix, it's a distribution case studies. They want to be everywhere on every device because your customers is on every device, iPhone, Android, every kind of tablet, maybe tomorrow Google Glass. So you need to think about one on API and to be it's like ça marche là ou pas? Oui, it's like ubiquity of content. If your customers are everywhere, so you need to be everywhere. So with Netflix API, 800, je sais plus, device can stream content, and it's also open innovation because 20,000 developers use an API to make a new product, to make a new usage, etc., etc., to integrate stream from Netflix in their product. So some things make estimation. If we Netflix need to develop how many 20 application, they need to build $50 per year, $1,000 per year, excuse me. So this is having these developers cost Netflix $1 billion. So this is a main leverage to do with API. Another case study, Facebook. Connect Facebook. With Connect Facebook, Facebook try to create a standard credential on the web, so they are everywhere. Everybody, instead of create a new login system, everybody use Facebook credential system. So the same things. 1 meetings per day, 2,000 days per year, etc., etc. So without API, they need to spend $55 million without APIs, because APIs makes the way to make business in the digital age, in the HTTP age. Yes, they also put Facebook Connect on the iOS. Now the main, when you took a photo, so there is a partner with Apple. When you took a photo, you already can, without go to Facebook, you can share on Facebook or Twitter in one click. So this is a way to partner with Apple, and also they retrieve some data, all your data. It's the way they make money and services. Yeah, too. Fitbit. This is so this is a quantified self movement. Do anyone have a Fitbit in? No? No? Ah, just one. So this is a sensor who track your movement, no mob of feet. I don't know heart rate. No, not now. But they keep the data from the sensor. They put on the cloud, and they make an API to everybody. So everybody, it's like R&D outsourcing R&D, because it's like open innovation. Many developers create new application about open Fitbit API. So even a human body is an API, because many sensors we will have in a future: heart rate, number of feet, blood, etc., etc. This is another example what we can do with Fitbit alpha data. We can create a mashup with a Google Map, for example, or what you can make what you want to do with Fitbit alpha data. Yeah, this is a small example. So this is not just a technical aspect. For business, so this is a free topic, business development, Twilio, Netflix, Groupon, New York Times. New York Times are an API. In France, we don't any media don't have any API. Maybe in a few weeks, Le Monde.fr. Do you know Le Monde.fr? Maybe this will be the first French media to have an API. So for New York Times, the main focus for API is to be everywhere, like ubiquity of New York Times, tablet, etc. And now even in Google Glass, because the four first company who have a Google Glass application has an API. So this is a better way to anticipate the future. If now you can focus on the mobile, on the tablet, maybe tomorrow you need to focus on Google Glass or another device. This is also a product development, Twitter, Fitbit, Nike Plus, USA Today, AT&T. Like Twitter, they create an ecosystem. If Twitter is now is a famous because there is an API. How many? I don't remember how many application was developed based on a Twitter API. Because this is the main. How do you say in English? So yeah, it's Twitter API. It's even human resources way, because when you expose your data or business asset of this audience, let's do something with my data, and maybe they will buy the company, like Tweety. Tweety is a client on the API Twitter, and after they buy the company. So the human resources way too. And this is supply chain management. In 10 years ago, when we built your startup, you need to install everything on your server. We don't have Amazon for storage, Sendgrid, etc., etc. So you need to build everything, every kind of your every aspect of your product. Now, with API, you can focus on your product. You put files on Amazon S3. You use Google Maps on for mapping. You use weather, etc., etc., etc. It's like Lego. So this is an example. You can create a new product between with two API, Google Maps API and Weather Channel, and you create a new product. So this is a Lego. This is Legoification of the web. The web is a Lego. So when you start your startup, you can use Amazon S3, Sendgrid, etc., and even backend the service. Yeah, the main focus is sentence is you need to focus to your project, not to the scalability aspect, etc., etc. So to sum up, API it's a new business and revenue stream, a new distribution channel, and extended reach. Externalize R&D and forest innovation. It's like open innovation. It's partnership development. Catherine Flick from Flickr says API is a BizDev 2.0. It's like it's a partnership. It's resolution and control over your access to your resources. Yes, it's not open data. You can control who access to your data. Because when we talk with a big company, you don't have to talk open data. and is organization flexibility with internal APIs. Yeah. So yeah, you can make money with API. It's not open data. Again, you can for free. User pay to have access to your data. Maybe user get paid, to use your APIs, or maybe indirect ways with affiliation, syndication, internal use, content acquisition, etc., etc. So some example, Facebook, we have 2.7 billion likes per days. This is the main way to be pervasive for Facebook, to be everywhere, to capture the data. For Amazon, at the start, everybody knows that they outsource their storage solution. So now you have 105 billion objects stored in data. This is I need to update my numbers too. And Google, we have 1 billion of revenue. This is a Google AdSense API. Comcast, yes, yeah, yes. So yeah, this is like I said before with website. So your customer is everywhere, so you need to be everywhere. Before we only were on the website. Now on the mobile tablets, maybe every kind of device. So this is distribution channel stuff on every device, every console, everywhere. It's externalized R&D. So everybody can use your data or business asset. Not everybody, but everybody can use and create value on business assets and data. Yeah, for NTT, for Twitter, 700 applications were developed based on a Twitter API. Yeah, I know now it's little change because they not close the API, but it's more difficult. The Guardian, they made partnership with some another company. Like I said, is BizDev 2.0. Like for example, Ignite, we work with Nasdaq, ING, ExxonMobil, Forbes, etc., etc. This is the main way to make business in the digital age. Personalization and control. Yeah, this is a get feedback. Flexibility. This is an internal API. Like I said, you can use an API to better exchange data through different services on your company. To build enterprise application. Now you need to think API for IT. With a Boyd, bring your own device movement. One slide technical, but it's too easy for you. Yeah, this is so the better way to revolutionize the way products and services are delivered. This is the old way. So with Netflix, we have online, accessible on demand, virtually unlimited catalog, accessible on any device, ubiquity of Netflix. For newspaper, now we can, this is the old way to have access to information on your life, and the new way on your right, like online, accessible on demand. Maybe some French from newspaper use API to monetize their content. I don't know if New York Times or Washington Post does it. For Amazon, this is the same thing. You can put of your content onto Amazon. To business of telephony. So yes, on your left, you see the old way to on the telephony business, and on your right is a Twilio company, cloud-based communication, endless integration. Every developer can use and imagine a new way to yes to revamp the business about the telephony. Maybe with WebRTC2. A new way to imagination of educational content. Sorry, I need to practice my English. New way to imagine fitness and health system with many sensors, so many data will be available in a few years. Reimagination of retail product search. On the left, it's basically a website. On your right, it's a mashup with data retails and Google Maps. Maybe in a few years you can ask to your Google Glass where is the clothes what I want, and I will the system will show you which magazine will which retail will have the product. So the main focus is it's mobile today, but maybe tomorrow it's mobile will be over. So this is the end for me. Yeah, it's okay. So in 19th you couldn't do without websites, and today you can't do with API. API is to connect a machine. Yesterday, now we can connect to every kind of device, television, tablet, mobile, etc. And tomorrow, maybe this is a main way to communicate over in Internet of Things, like Google Glass, My Cat, Internet of Cars also, excuse me. Maybe we will retrieve data from cars through API. So we can combine all these kind of things to create new experience, new product, and new revenues. That's all.
Really sorry, Aurélien, for the micro. Really sorry. But okay, you managed it. Oh. That's okay. Even me. The micro works? Okay. So great. Any question? Just the slide deck has been. We showed it at APIdays Paris. It has been seen 60,000 times. So yes, Faber Novel is great as making a good evangelization tool. They make Facebook the perfect startup slide deck, which has been seen 4 million times. So yes, really, you can go to the Faber Novel stuff, and they are partner and co-founder of APIdays conference too. So thank you, Aurélien, to be there. So have you any question about the APIs, the slide deck, the case, the Google case, the Salesforce case, the Fitbit case? I have a question. I have a question about the slide deck, because you say that what's next on APIs. You say at the end you finish by Internet of Things, maybe the cars, maybe the you said first mobile, then cars, then Internet of Things, Google Glass. So and I know that you are a big API. You think API since a long time. So, and do you think that because I know you little, that do you think that we'll go to human as an API?
Yes. For me, an API is like you make a question. So give me your number of feet, or give me your. That's why it's API dot Mehdi dot. I don't know. I don't know. It's Mehdi dot API or API. When I saw you, I saw API. I saw data. That's why API is not the way to exchange the data. So I make a question. So what is your alt rate? What is your number of foot? What is your geolocalization? It's hard. So that's why I think human is an API. We have some data inside your body, and maybe tomorrow we can access to your data through API. It's a quantified self-movement, but a website are online about human API, because if you use a NET Plus, you need to access to NET Plus API to access to your data. It's a standardization to access to human API. I don't know. I don't remember the URL. humanapi.co. I don't remember. I will give you the URL.
So you're talking about the me as a platform, you know, and maybe we'll have a we have a project for the next hackathon. Thank you, Aurélien. Thank you. And please welcome Juan Mateu. Juan Mateu, is that it? Yeah, Juan Mateu talking about telcos and APIs. Some applause for Juan. Yes, some connection time. So Juan, it will be hard because you are the last before the lunch. Yeah. You eat so late in Spain, but it's so good, so we can wait. Yes, so few people will arrive because the HTML5 tutorial has had some success. Yeah, HTML5, yeah, great choice. Yeah. We process API, so we have to work. We have to talk together.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. I am just replacing my co-founder that couldn't come, unfortunately. Sure, he will be doing better than me, but okay, I will try to do my best. Okay, we are basically an API provider in the telco space. Okay, I want to just to rebate some myths about telcos, because telcos are still having a role that it could be very good role also for developers. First question is, are telcos evil? Okay, everyone is accustomed to complain about connectivity prices, the pricing, the DSL, I want more speed, but okay. Telcos help a lot to improve our lives, develop new services, develop communication experiences, and they are not evil. The point is that now others are doing, not only them. And they need to adapt to this world when they are improving things and others are improving things faster. The question is, they have great stuff because they have basically global reach enablers as voice, SMS, and others. But the point is that are they exposing these enablers to third parties properly? And the bad news is that is no. Okay? Telcos are not telcos were conservative companies moving too slowly and not adapting too fast to the new environment. They were not exposing properly to developers, as they invented Parley, APIs like Parley. That this is not a language for developers. Parley was a telco API that was a telco language only for the telco vendors. It was not for third parties. Should we be worried? No, because in fact there are some good news. Right now, telcos are starting to do things better. They are creating developer portals. They are understanding that the developers are not keen on learning the telco stuff, the telco languages. They want to be using REST. Now the developer world is REST. APIs are REST, and they don't want to learn about telco to do things with the telcos. And they are learning about that. Are they learning alone? No. Now, some amazing companies were appearing in the last years, and there were new telcos because they were new service providers. They were selling phone numbers for voice and SMS, exposed as an API just to create contact centers, IVR, other cases. They were basically new telcos, new service providers, but not selling voice numbers just to call another person, just to call a service. Companies were like Tropo, Twilio, Livo. The point is, these new service providers, being innovators and disruptors in the telco space, are only telcos competing with telcos? No, because they have a dual role. They are exposing their technology, being service providers, but they want to partner with telcos just to use the telcos as channel. And we have the experience, some experiences that we can see that now telco APIs are provided by these new telcos only initially doing application to person, voice and SMS. For example, Tropo is partnering with ATP, Tropo is partnering with Developer Garden, that is Deutsche Telekom, Twilio is partnering with KDDI, that is a carrier in Japan and Korea, and also Tropo is partnering with Globe, that is in Philippines. Okay? Then telcos are saying perhaps the best way is to adopt the technology to expose our telco APIs that are succeeding in the market, the ones that invented the alternative service providers. Now, when we were talking about telcos to expose, we were talking basically about voice-based or circuit switch-based enablers like voice and SMS. Now it is appearing very slowly. We are suffering that, the lack of speed. A new concept that is the new messaging. The join, the risk communication suite, basically said the WhatsApp of the telcos, with a lot of analysts, contrarians, etc. But the good thing is that this technology is coming with an API for developers from the beginning. Very nice applications like WhatsApp, Line, etc. are closed. They have a lot of users, but are closed. People cannot do things with this messaging technology. The good thing is that telcos are arriving late, but are arriving with something more open. Basically, Join is offering chat, group chat, push location, video share. And in this case, our tiny company basically pioneered the concept that Join as a platform, not only to message from John to Mary, Mary to John, but from John to his bank, or from Mary to an information services to know when the bus is arriving, etc. This is the idea, using the messaging as a platform. Our idea is, in the same way that with, for example, with voice technology and with enhanced IVRs, you are able to communicate with a computer in the same way and using natural language. Now with these technologies improved, the idea is just to do the same with text and IP enablers. The idea is, it was a lot of services were developed with SMS. Okay, if you are now offering and exposing a REST something more powerful than SMS, because it's including group chat, file transfer, real-time video share, you can create a lot of things based on that in this enabler. Now we are going to start the boring side, that is how the technology works, how our architecture is looking. Basically, I am not going to explain too much these slides. We will be publishing the slides. Our idea is that the telco needs a border that it is not telco. Okay, the border of the telco cannot be telco protocols, voice protocols, SMPP, all the SMS protocol, and SIP, MRP, okay, because SIP, okay, is a telecommunication protocol, is the protocol of the voice over IP, is very well known, but it is not REST. And normal developers want to do things with REST. Our idea is that basically the border of the telco should speak REST, okay? And just keep the telco protocols behind your walls, okay? The last frontier of the telco should speak REST, and developers will be starting to use telco things to do compelling things with a mutual benefit. Basically, this is our approach. Our approach is that we have a middleware that is basically outside the telco old border, that is the session border controller talking SIP, and with this middleware, we are just extending the role of the telco, but providing a new skin more friendly to developers, that the developers can touch and feel comfortable with this new skin, because it's the skin they are using to talk to Twitter, to Facebook, and others, REST. The other good thing is that telcos can adopt these technologies without having the dependencies, because this cloud technology is outside the old border, that is the SBC, and okay, could be internet, pure internet based, in a cloud, in Amazon, etc. Now the interesting side, the use cases. What can we do with this? The idea is, okay, just you can create identities, numbers, meaning services. In the same way that your bank is sending SMS, your bank can be sending receipts, the credit card summary, just a file transfer, and you can open the PDF or open the PIC. Okay? You can create services, like for example, you are arriving to the airport, you bought the ticket by internet, your airline knows your phone number and is sending the map of the gate to arrive to the gate and the boarding pass just in case you didn't print. Okay? And without a specific app, just using the normal messaging. This is the good thing. A lot of things can be done without installing a specific app for each case. We are trying to, I think, the good thing that the telcos can do is adding a lot of use cases that are being done with apps, but okay, apps are great, but you cannot store 1,000 apps and remember where the icon is. This is the idea. Using the phone book, the messaging, like a service hub. You can create basic information services, asking for a map in real time. You can also communicate with your, we will watch later a video, with your home devices, sensors, etc., and not having application for each thing. Basically, the summary is, okay, what we are trying to help telcos to offer is a third way to interact with services. We have mainly now two ways. One is the mobile web, and one is the apps. Okay? Let's try with messaging. And I think the three ways have strengths and have weakness. This is the point. They are not competing. They are basically complementary. If you are, for example, a heavy mobile banking user, perhaps the best approach is the app. If you only want just to check quickly the amount in your account, perhaps it's better just to interrogate using messaging. This is the point. For each user, the combination between mobile web, messaging, and app to access to their services will be different. But it's good to have another choice. The other use case of the API, exposing telco assets as API, is that you can offer the same enablers where very different endpoints created with the API. It means I am designing my own phone user experience. For example, with API, the same API that we will be to provide services, we are creating a complex unified communication front-end for web. We are creating a HTML5 experience for the new coming platform Firefox OS, or we can create even a communication experience for a smart TV, and we can put the telco stuff in a smart TV. That it is something new. Why? Because once things are IP, you can play a lot with them. And basically, IP is a plastilin, and the best plastilin is IP, and on top, put in REST. Basically, also, we are trying to provide a developer-friendly environment to test. You create your application for mobile banking, etc. You add like add the number as your contact, and just to experience, just to create an environment that it will be easy to create applications based on messaging and test. Basically, we think that the feature is basically a mashup of APIs. This is the idea. And the good thing of the telcos is that the telcos are basically offering, perhaps something that it's simpler, it is offering less features, or it is offering the same features of the OTTs, but later. But the good thing is that the operator is just always trying to look for the global reach. It's nice that you are saying that you are sending an SMS, it will be arriving, and it's the good thing of the telcos. Okay, they are providing a global reach communication channel. The idea is how to use these channels to do great things. Okay, if you are trying to create, basically, you are trying to create application based on the user experience of you are texting what you want, obviously, one is the API to access to the channel, the telco API, but you will need more pieces in the equation. This is, for example, you need semantic APIs just to understand what the people is typing that wants to know or wants to access. Okay, people is typing, skipping vowels, SMS style, and it needs some intelligence in the network side to try to identify from the text type what the user really wants and go through the internal backend of the information service, the own telco CRM, the bank, and information service, and just to give back the answer. Then, basically, you have telco APIs as opening the channel. You need other semantic technologies to understand, and you need also APIs providing the information. Obviously, if you are trying to get a CRM of your telco, a bank, an utility, electrical company, okay, this is an internal API, it's a backend. But you can build a lot of services based on public APIs, exposed by public APIs, open data. We can see Google is offering Google Maps, Google Translate. You can do things with that, create easy translation services based on Google. Companies in Spain, we have now the public company, the public bus company in Spain, the Empresa Municipal de Transportes, that open their data and open their real-time data. We will see later a demo done with that. The World Bank is also offering the data. Okay, and perhaps it's difficult to check the website of the World Bank just to find the information you want. Perhaps the poverty index in some country. But why not creating a service that you can just interrogate directly with text, and he will be replying you. The idea is more API that will be coming will be business intelligence and analytics API to understand how to improve the user interaction, remove steps, etc. Okay, there is a new space to do things. And basically the conclusion, perhaps I am going too fast, but I am trying, I know that the food is appearing and the concentration is disappearing. The idea is, okay, everyone can participate creating new experience, and also telcos have a role, okay? And telcos are fighting against themselves just to do things better and trying to adapt. Perhaps we are not very patient because, okay, we are suffering telcos as a supplier and vendor, but we can say that telcos are not evil and telcos are doing things to do things better. The question is basically just to know, just to find a way to get closer, approach both worlds, and work in a way that developers and telcos can have a mutual benefit. I will go into. Near you, and the time you need to. This is the bus stop, the code of the bus stop, the line JSON, and also the times of waiting for each line. Okay, this service was built using API open data of the Empresa Municipal de Transportes in 4 hours, combining the open data API from the bus company and our API to use join. In 4 hours, you create this application, and it is not an application; it's basically a phone number in your device. Okay. You can see other quick demos. The things that can be done with the messaging. In this case, we have devices. The idea is that you don't need to install an app to control your home devices. Okay? You will receive an alert when some trigger is here. We will now trying with the light. Okay. The blinds are off and now are on. Perhaps something is interrupting your home. The temperature, and you are receiving. The idea is just to put the messaging like your service hub. And also, this is some flood you can receive. It could be push or it could be pull. You can also interrogate using the messaging. This is basically your approach. You will be receiving the last data of its sensor. This is the and last. Wait a moment. And now we are just exposing the last use case of the telco API, that is creating an endpoint, a different endpoint using the API. The idea is that, okay, now join clients are Android clients or are native app, but it is appearing a new platform that it is basically web, that is the Firefox OS, running the Mozilla operating system. Okay, the idea is you are using the API to create a new persona. In this case, we are not using the API to put a service behind, just you are using the API to create a new endpoint as a communicator of this feature. Okay? It allows then you can use from the telco enablers only the things you really need, and you implement with a customized skin. This is the idea. This is basically, we create an access for join for Firefox OS platform based basically on web standards, because all the telco stuff is behind in our middleware. We see that we can communicate with an Android client against a pure web-based client. We are bridging. We are bridging between two very different worlds. Which is our idea? Our idea is trying to promote this new approach as alternative way to contact customers, to create services, etc. In the banking space, in the contact center space, we see a lot of potential for this kind of things. And it's okay.
Any question? From the telcos? Not really a question? Okay. I have one question. No, it's you begin your slide by telco. How many are in the company? How many? How many people? 15. So because you begin by explaining a lot of things about telco, you know. But telco, you have little companies and really big one, no? And they provide the network, and you make interface on top of this network.
Yes, we are trying to create technology to help telcos to open the
Yeah. So my question is, you know, a lot of APIs, payment and mail, often say the same, but transactional one. What is the place for you for telco APIs into this new world of APIs? So,
okay, we are exposing communication enablers. In the same way that Twilio, Tropo, Plivo, and others are exposing voice and SMS, we will try to find our space, trying to be the first exposing the new enablers that is joined, the Rich Communication Suite, what is being called the WhatsApp of the telcos. This is our idea. We want to be the pioneers in this area, because it was proven successful by companies as Twilio and Tropo, etc., that exposing communication at rest is loved by the developers. Okay? If you are now exposing a more multimedia enabler as Rich Communication Suite, branded join to developers, in the way that developers like to adopt things, that is with a clear API, REST base, okay, they will try to use. And it could be creating synergies, some kind of revenue sharing, creating mutual business model. Okay, the things that other companies, the new telcos as Twilio is doing, but for this new enabler, not for voice and SMS. This is your idea.
Okay. Thank you. Now it's the lamp for lunch. It's the time for lunch. So the lunch is here, and we will continue with some session in the afternoon. But now it's time for it. Thank you very much.
See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats my down. Trade I made, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. believe me 'cause I'll never lie. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Straight on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's fun of punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it turns to fun. My power's amazing. An ironical haikus written in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me 'cause I'll never lie. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me 'cause I'll never lie. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Straight on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it where it beats me down. Straight up made my powers amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand. Light cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's fun of punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it turns to fun. My power's amazing. And ironical haikus written in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand. Light cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me 'cause I'll never lie. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand. Light cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me 'cause I'll never lie. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it where it beats me down. Straight up made my powers amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when he beats me down. Straight up made my powers amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it where it beats me down. Trade on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man, fun of punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't stop from my power's amazing. And ironical haikus written in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it where it beats me down. Trade on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me. Don't trade on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's found punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't stop from my power's amazing. And ironical haikus written in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand like See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Straight up made my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had a mission. the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Straight up me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's fun of punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't stop from my power's amazing. I'm ironical haikus written in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Straight up me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's fun of punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't stop from my power's amazing. I'm ironical haikus written in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Trade I made, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my.
Here? Eh? Don't be impressed. Hello. For me, it's a pleasure to present this company, Daedalus. It's a Spanish company that work with language, like our company. They are have a very good projects. They have they have a lot of years working in this area. How many years? More than 10. We are younger than they, and I think that they can say a lot of things about these technologies, and I think it's a good idea to have here with us talking about APIs, semantic APIs or linguistic APIs.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, yes. Okay, so thank you everyone for being here, for staying here, taking into account the time, the weekend. As Eduardo said, Daedalus is a company, Spanish company specialized in software for language processing, and I'm more on the marketing and business side of the company, so my presentation won't be very technical. Hopefully will be more marketing, business focused presentation. So the title of the presentation was a tale of two, not two cities, two APIs, two semantic APIs, because I'm going to talk about a story. I told you a story about some experiments that we have done in our company regarding how to use API business model to improve, to complement our present business. So much in the same way as in the classical book, we'll be talking about revolution, not the French Revolution, but in fact a revolution that we think will be caused by the union of semantic technology and API business model. And as in the book, we'll have some moment of suspense, some drama, and hopefully we'll come to a happy ending at the end. So, as I mentioned before, we'll be talking about this, some experiments that we've done around the API business model for semantic technology. So let me talk you about briefly about semantic technologies, what they are, what they say for. I understand you are all familiar with this kind of technologies, but basically they serve to process non-structured content. Okay, the amount of non-structured data that companies, that organizations have to deal with grows exponentially. User-generated content and social web is only worsening this problem. There's a huge opportunity in the processing of this unstructured information. And basically, semantic technology, what does is extracting meaning. Okay. So I'm not going to be very rigorous about terminology, but let's say that under semantic technology, we're talking about some natural language processing technologies, some statistics technologies, knowledge representation technologies that are used in this context to extracting, to given, for example, a document, a contract, an email, the transcription of a conversation, whatever, you can extract some elements of meaning from them. For example, you have what they call name entities, which is the name of people or organization, companies, etc. Concepts. You can extract themes, and more importantly, you can associate these entities, these concepts, into relationship. You can infer these relationships from the text, from the content. In this way, you can, for example, detect events, detect opinions, many things. So basically, the software takes this content and enrich, tag this content on this complementary element of information. And as a result, the content can be more easily found, can be more easily processed, and finally is much more useful. So to talk briefly about the market opportunity, the business opportunity around semantic technologies, we're doing well. Some analysts estimates the text analytics market, which is only a subset of semantic technologies, in around $1 billion last year and growing constantly. And for example, all the big analysts, the Gartner, the Forresters of the world, are endorsing semantic technologies, that one kind of technology that will be able to change IT during the next years. It's interesting what they say about semantic technology here. They say extract meaning for monetizing information as a strategic asset. I mean, this is a very good phrase that defines or summarizes what we're trying to do with semantic technologies. As regards the application of semantic technologies, they are infinite. Some of them are very well known, very popular. People talk, for example, about social media analysis. We're trying to understand what people are saying about our company or brand or products in social media. Another application area that we are very familiar with is media and publishing, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But for example, targeted advertising, how to present more targeted, more contextual, more relevant advertising to people is one big application of semantic technology. And obviously many other, for example, voice of customers. In many of them we have already customers. We have, for example, in Homeland Security, Defense, also a very good application area, life sciences, legal, recruiting. So basically what we're trying to do with all this application is something that even for marketing people we can understand, is to try to convert all this unstructured content that companies have inside and outside their organization, try to convert that into money. Okay? So for example, as I mentioned before, we've been in this business for more than 10 years, and we have followed a traditional business model of selling software licenses or selling custom projects to customers, to big customers, including our software licenses. For example, in the media and publishing industry, this is some of the things we do. We can work with journals, magazines, processing their news archive, or processing the news that they are now elaborating with a content management system, and try to categorize those news and try to detect what entities, what concepts are featured in this content, just to relate to some other content, just to, for example, enrich this content with references or links to some external information sources. So this is the kind of the things we're doing, as I mentioned, in a typical business model. So the business is very promising, but it's difficult, especially for small companies like us or some of the people here in the room. because there are some big names here, many of the classical vendors of data analysis, people like IBM, SAS, or HP, for example, have bought companies or have developed technology in this area, so it's very difficult to compete with them in the big customers. Also, well, the adoption is not as fast as we have liked it. So at a certain time in our life, we thought, how could we complement our present business model with some of the business model that will help us put our technology in front of more people, more customers, in more industries. So. And we are also a very technical company, so the API business model was a very natural solution for us. So this is what we did. We took our tools. By the way, they were the same tools that we had used to develop solution for big customers. So we were pretty confident that the technology worked, which is not as common as you think. And we complemented the technology with some components of, obviously, documentation, sample codes, scalability, etc. And we took some prospective customers and tell them, so what do you think? You think any value in this? Will you be able to use this to develop your own custom solution with our APIs? You see, this APIs, let's say, is basic in the sense that it exposes the basic technology regarding language processing, regarding machine learning, regarding entity recognition that we have. So expose that in the form of those APIs. So this was a very new business model for us. We were used to selling these to big customers, so this thing was about instead of selling our software, publishing our tools more openly. And you're familiar with what a business model is. Basically, you are going to different customers instead of big corporate buyers. You go to developers, integrators, etc. You have a different value proposition, and you have a different channel, a different way to capturing leads, to getting revenue, etc. So very, very different business model. So apparently, this is okay. I mean, I would like to present you two perspectives: the perspective of us as a vendor and the perspective of the customers, the user of our APIs. And from our perspective, first of all, from the customer perspective, it was very interesting because they had a new way of semantically enabling their application, their processes, their products, okay? With a low risk, with a low cost, because this is basically free for little use. Very flexible, they can use our tool, and tomorrow if they don't want to, they can simply leave us. So big advantages, big benefits for customers, and for us too, big benefits, because we even discover new uses of technology with the things that some customer did with our APIs. For example, some very interesting applications in the area of targeted advertising. We didn't know this can be done with our technology. So open innovation, and obviously people in many markets, many applications, many industries can develop with our technology and sell solutions to their own customers. And from marketing and sales perspective, this is also a low cost, let's say, and very scalable business model. But this is not perfect, obviously, and let's see the limitations or disadvantage of this approach, this business model approach. First of all, from the vendor perspective, I mean us, This is a difficult model because you don't sell big projects, which is something we were used to. So you have a very small revenue, and which is worse, you have very bad cash flow. So you have small revenue, you have to invest something, you have a very negative cash flow in the beginning. So this is not a very easy business model. And also you have a higher risk of customer attrition, churn risk in your customer base. And we'll see from the customer perspective, this is not in general very easy either. Why? Because at this stage of the technology life cycle, technology adoption life cycle if you want, not many people in companies, especially in not big companies, are very used to dealing with this technology. So there's a lack of talent in the, there are very talented developers, but not expert in this statistical language processing technologies, so as to use our APIs in an effective way. So we have talent scarcity, a certain learning curve, which is not trivial. And finally, it all translated in a certain difficulty in capture the benefits of easily using the technology. So let me elaborate on this, presenting you what will be the, let's say, day in the life of one of our users of these APIs. So basically, this guy is David, is a developer, and he obviously knows how to program in Java, PHP, whatever. So he works maybe in a media company and wants to develop a tagging system for their contents, or works for a company who is developing a social media analysis tool, and he's trying to use our technology to do that. But in general, as I mentioned before, he's not an expert in language or semantic technologies. He has a PhD in computational linguistics. So basically, this APIs that I showed you before have a functionality that is not obvious. There are many new functionality like lemmatization, name entity recognition, categorization, clustering, part of speech processing, many complicated things that obviously you need to learn to use. You can do that providing good documentation, but this is not the only problem. And the big problem comes from the big variety of the content that you want to process with our technology. You have social media, you have news, obviously you have Spanish, you have French, you have English, and different applications. And we found that the kind of processing that you need to do is very heavily dependent on the final application. For example, it has nothing to do to process Twitter, to process news. And for example, it's very different to process social media in an intelligence or homeland security application, as we have done, than to process social media for brand monitoring. The requirements regarding, for example, coverage or recall of the results, or the precision of the results, are completely different. So you definitely need to use different processing pipelines, different linguistic resources to accomplish your goals. And this is not something that is within the reach of many of our developing partners. So, how to really leverage this kind of APIs? So we found to some extent, we needed to pivot. It's a very fashionable word these days. We have up to present a new value proposition for customers, for users. So there's the typical approach, a very legitimate approach. We still are following this approach, in which your user is a developer with working knowledge of natural language processing technologies, etc., etc., etc. You offer them, let's say, a plain linguistic APIs with all the components that I mentioned before. And the value of this is do it yourself. Okay? You have this nice working building blocks. You use that to create your own solution for your particular scenario. But the different value propositions that we wanted to offer was the one on the right. So we tried to open our focus instead of working with certain kind of developers. We try to work with all kind of developers, not only experts in language processing, because we work the technical details out for you. We will be offering something different so that you don't have to worry about all these technical details of combining technologies to solve your problems. So the solution is packaging some our know-how as experts in this technology into our APIs. And I'll tell you how we do that. We have focused on several applications, several industries in which we see traction, we see demand. We're used to work with them, so we have developed a very good knowledge of how to solve the problems. For example, social media analysis, semantic publishing for publishers and newspapers, etc., and others. Okay, we'll publish some other solutions, and we package that into specific high-level application-specific APIs. So you don't have an API, only an API for, let's say, name entity recognition. You have something that really allows you to tag a piece of news, okay? And the process pipeline necessary to do exactly that, we have implemented exactly into the API. And obviously, we also include software development kits, plugins. We'll talk about that in a minute, to make them easy for people to use our APIs. So the value here is more in the plug-and-play approach. You can, without being an expert in this technology, you can use that to solve your problems. And we think our user, our partners can gain some productivity with this approach. So, and the basis of this is because we inject our know-how into this solution. So, this is. We have named the thing. It will be called Textalytics. We hope to launch very soon during this. And we think it represents a new approach to the semantic APIs. You can go to textalytics.com and register. We'll keep you informed about when we plan to launch, once we decide, basically. And the idea is that we not only offer, let's say, core linguistic semantic APIs. Obviously, we offer that as part of our offering. Topic, sentiment, classification, clustering, part of speech, whatever. But we have combined, configured, and included some specific resources to offer different specialized apps. The first one will be media analysis, to analyze social media and to analyze traditional media. The second will be what's called semantic publishing for media and publishers. And there will be a third and a fourth one, hopefully during this year. So we offer both high-level semantic APIs and also these building blocks in case you you're really familiar with these technologies, or for example, you plan to give our technology different uses that we have, that we are providing. So I can present you with a sneak preview of the look and feel. This is it's work in progress, so don't take this very seriously. But for example, you'll have access to this social analysis, semantic publishing, core APIs functionality. Our idea is that you won't have to deal with all these basic building blocks. Instead, for each of the solution, if each of the applications, you'll have 1, 2, 3 access points with the package functionality that you need to solve the problems in this particular area. For example, in social media analysis is this one. You send us a text from Twitter or from whatever, and we can get it back to you with entities, sentiment, etc. The nice thing is that you have several parameters where you can indicate what kind of processing would you like, or better, what kind of content are you sending to the system, whether this is Twitter or news or whatever, so that the system can optimize its functioning for this particular content. Obviously, you'll be able to try to play with the system, to use this test console to see how the thing performs for different kind of content, and to extract different information elements, so that before deciding you can really test it. And obviously we'll have software developing kits for different languages, and which is more important, some plugins for certain applications. We have detected that providing a plugin that allows the user to plug and play and immediately work with it is very important. So we have plugins for different usage scenarios. And basically that's it. So a couple of lessons learned. For us, definitely, the API business model is something that we can use to complement our business model, our traditional business model, because our technologies are so horizontal, so platform technologies, so they can be used for different integrators, developers. Beware, because maybe your API is too horizontal. I mean, it provides 70% to everybody, but it doesn't provide 100% to no one. So we try to offer 100% at least for several user scenarios, some industries. And the way we can do that is packaging our know-how as part of the API, so that the API includes pre-configured business model, pre-configured linguistic resources that are specially targeted for the application. So that's it. This is my contact. Any questions?
So thank you, Antonio. I think it's a good news that this platform exists, and I hope you have a good success with this. Do you have any question?
What I've seen is that many API product companies are afraid to price based on the value that they actually create, and so they tend to shift towards per usage models instead of, but they never get enough traction. They never actually get enough use to become sustainable businesses. Any thoughts on that, or pricing guidance for companies, startups who are thinking about doing API-based products, who are trying to price what it is that they actually do?
That's a very good question. We're still working on the pricing model. Hopefully we'll try for each specific industry the value drivers that create value for this specific. Connect that to the features of the API and try to price according to these drivers. So this will be somehow specific to the industry.
More questions? Mehdi, you have a question? Really?
So my question is really about marketing strategy and APIs, because when you expose an API, so it's an interface, and you decide the design of the API, and by deciding the design of your API, you are not neutral. You make an interface for a certain type of users, right? So, and by doing this, you showed at the end, you say sometimes your API is too neutral, but if the API is too neutral, you let people build on top of it and make it hackable to own to their needs. If you make an API completely as a product, package it into completely a product, sometimes you may it's not a good target. How did you manage the API design towards your expected developer community? So it's a tough question.
Yeah, the question has implication from a design perspective and specifically from a marketing perspective. We could talk very much about this, but maybe sometimes you need to focus on certain markets, at least for in a temporal way. Okay? From a marketing perspective, sometimes it's worth to focus on some specific markets, devote your resources to these markets, trying to gain some traction in these markets, and see what happens after that with the other markets. And obviously, we keep our basic APIs to let the API be more hackable and to try to discover unexpected uses, obviously. And the design of the APIs in each specific market has been largely influenced by our knowledge of those markets. Basically, where in each market we have seen, for example, in media industry or social media analysis, we've been emerged a dominant design, if you want, in each of them. And what we try to do is for each market is to use that dominant design as the basic for API. So that's the answer.
More questions? I have a little question. Do you your business model was based on big project to a big corporation? How do you combine, or how you solve the problem of the fear to say what will happen with our corporate customers with this new approach?
If we sell these new APIs to our old customers? Because this is cheaper, maybe. No, it's funny because I'm not sure it will be a difficult problem. I thought it would be definitely, but what we found is that we have shown these APIs thing to some of our traditional customers, and at the end, because of issues of let's say confidentiality, of specialization or whatever, they have preferred to invest more in their traditional delivery method. So I'm not sure it will be a big problem for customer base.
So thank you, Antonio. Thanks for coming here. And now we have a little bee. Probably you don't know that you are here because of this little bee. Because some months ago this little bee was flying in Paris, and now this little bee comes here to continue flying. Elena Alvarez can tell us something about this little bee. Thank you.
Hello. I think you all know me, but I'm Elena, and I work for Molino de Ideas and Apicultur, which is the API platform by Molino de Ideas. You'll be seeing a lot of bees in these slides. Actually, we were very proud with the name we found, Apicultur, because it was for us a very obvious game of words, like API and culture. And apicultur is a very similar word to beekeeping in Spanish, so that's the reason for the bees. We didn't know in English this word is not used. According to Wikipedia, yes, there's an apiculture in English, but nobody calls it that way. It's just beekeeping. So we thought we were making a very funny and clever joke, and people from the States or English-speaking people, they don't get it because it doesn't make sense in their language. If you guys had learned Latin like everybody else did, you would be laughing at the joke. So I'm also talking about natural language processing and our experience, but I'm a linguist, so I'll be giving like the insight from the linguistic point of view. And well, Antonio has been talking about natural language processing. I'll give a brief overview. So natural language processing is the discipline that deals with extracting meaning and information out of text and out of words automatically. And it's a field where you find people coming from technology and software development, because they are the ones that know how to do programming and so on. You also come across people that come from math background and even statistic background, for instance, because they are the ones that are used to modelize and create models around things and deal with large amounts of information. And you also find people like me who are linguists, who are the ones that study languages and try to find a logic behind languages. So at some point or another, I think we all have had some experience with linguistics, even at school or when learning a foreign languages. And linguistics is divided into several branches. So you have, for instance, you have phonetics, which would be like the first layer, and that's how languages, the sound of languages, and how we pronounce languages, a particular language, and how it sounds. And then you have the following layer that would be morphology, and that's how sounds combine with each other to form words. And then you have the next level that would be syntax, and that's how words combine one with each other in order to create and have meaning. So when this division in several layers, it's very tidy and very compartmentalized, but actually life is never this simple. And even when you have to take into account all this when you are dealing with human text. Actually, this is more like reality. You know, everything is interconnected. So you have to take into account all the different layers, because you may find that the solution for a problem might be the morphology level rather than the syntax, or the other way around. So modelizing languages would be a simple task if languages were like this, like very regular and, you know, just squares, and you could have rules that work always. But the truth is, languages are not really that regular. Languages look a bit more like this. They're very, very creative, they're terribly ambiguous, and they're constantly evolving. So we have to deal with languages that are like this. Therefore, we have to create like very complex systems that are able and are capable of dealing with systems like this. And the reason why languages are complex and look a bit like this rather than this is because, I'm not sure if you can see that properly, but well, the thing is, language is what we use, you know, that when we have an idea or a thought, we use language in order to share that thought with other human beings. And the way of sharing these ideas and these thoughts might be speaking or writing. But the thing is, language is totally human. It's not a machine that produces languages. It's humans who produce language. So that's the reason for languages being terribly irregular and constantly evolving. So that was natural language processing. And what is it useful for? Where do we find natural language processing in everyday lives? The thing is, we find it everywhere. I'm sure that during your day, your normal day, you'll come across several devices that at some point have to analyze text or words automatically. And I'll give you an example. I'm not sure if you know a website that is called Damn You Autocorrect. They take typos or the autocorrect mess it up. So this is an example of the kind of things you find. Your mom and I are going to divorce next month. Why? Call me please. I wrote Disney and this phone changed it. We're going to Disney. We're not getting a divorce. So the mobile phone decided to change. We're going to Disney and change it to divorce. I think maybe because getting divorced is so much frequent that going to Disney. I don't know the reason. But this is an unhappy example. But this kind of thing shows that there's some program behind, some automatic thing that is dealing with language and that is suggesting, in this case wrongly, and that's the reason for being in damn you autocorrect, is suggesting another option to what you wrote. So this means you have something that is analyzing what you're writing and dealing with it. And there was this is a everyday, we all have an experience with this kind of situation. But if you think about it, apart from the everyday life, which I'm sure you all have examples of this kind of situation, there are lots of industries that benefit a lot from having some sort of linguistic processing behind. And I'll give you a quick example. Anything that is related to information retrieval is obviously very connected with natural language processing. Some things that are more linguistics or some more obviously linguistic, like dictionaries. Imagine that if you have lots of text and you can see a lot of examples of words being used in different contexts, you can make so much better dictionaries. And it's also related to teaching material, especially when it's language that is being taught. Also, searching processes. If you think about it, a search engine is something that's very linguistic, because I come across a lot the situation when people ask me, what do you do, or what did you study, and I say linguistics, and people say it's not a very useful thing, is it? At the same time, they don't realize that every time you go to Google or you use a search engine, you're doing something that is extremely linguistic. You are providing a set of keywords, and you're asking a machine to provide you with the most relevant text that can be found with those keywords. So that's absolutely linguistics, but people are not very aware of that. Also, the fields like, well, data mining, sentiment analysis, people are going nuts with sentiment analysis. It's something that if you imagine you have a product or a company wants to know what's being said about them, so instead of having to go to customers and ask them directly, which is probably not the best source of information, you can actually go to blogs or social networks or whatever and see what people are saying about a certain person or company or whatever. So if you go to these blogs and everything, so you can have an automatic process that would say, okay, the general opinion about this company or the other one is better or is worse. And machine translation, I'm sure we all have some kind of some experience with Google Translate. Sometimes it's very funny, almost as funny as damn you autocorrect. But yeah, it's very related to, obviously, with linguistic processing. So as you can see, actually, linguistic processing appears everywhere. It's almost everywhere. This means that there are lots of industries that need some sort of linguistic processing. And the problem is that it doesn't make much sense to have lots of people that are not really linguists trying to solve a problem that it's totally linguistic. I don't think you can see much in this slide, but this is supposed to be a spider over there in a cave, like a very scared spider. And this slide is in the style of the joy of APIs. I'm not sure if you've seen the website that Mehdi does, and concerning API humor. So this is how a non-linguist feels when trying to solve a linguistic problem, and the spider is supposed to be like very scared and saying, what am I doing here? So it doesn't make much sense to have this situation. And obviously, well, these are two wheels. Obviously, you know, when you're doing a presentation on APIs, it's compulsory to have a moment in which you say it doesn't make much sense to reinvent the wheel. So this is the slide for talking about it doesn't make much sense to reinvent the wheel. They also told me that you have to put the graph with programmable web, but I didn't put that one. So it doesn't make much sense to have so many projects and people trying to solve something that is totally linguistic when it's not their field. So this is when it's our turn. We work doing natural language processing, and we work building these machines that are capable of analyzing text and words automatically. And we created Apicultur as the way to offer these APIs that do linguistic processing, because we thought that having linguistic APIs was the best solution possible for people having, like people like the spider that were having a problem that is totally linguistic but it's not their field. So this is the platform that was built with the API manager from WSO2. You see the bees all over from our not so successful joke. And the thing is, obviously, we didn't invent this. I mean, having APIs that perform natural language processing is not something new. We didn't invent this. Maybe if you go to mashup, you'll see that there are quite a lot of APIs that perform natural language processing, and also Alchemy API is also a very huge one. Well, there are not so many that do Spanish processing, and applying APIs that work with English is not always like a very successful solution when you're trying to solve a Spanish text. But the thing is, one of the things that we've seen is that the great majority of APIs that are offered in natural language processing are like very big machines. And what I mean by very big machines is that they perform very, very, very complex tasks, like machine translation, like sentiment analysis, for instance. All these tasks are quite complex. And the thing is, if you are capable of providing sentiments analysis and machine translation and all that, that means that you have an engine that is made up of smaller parts. So what we think and what we've done with Apicultur is offer all the parts from the engine. The big engine that is capable of providing sentiment analysis, but also the little parts. Because what you don't know is what others are capable of doing with the little parts. So we offer the big engine, but also the nails that you can, the nails and the nuts and the small things and the small pieces of the engine. Because we've discovered that with those little pieces, you can solve a lot of problems that you never thought that someone would be interested in. So we think it's better to have like all the options, from the big to the small. So we have in Apicultur, therefore we have like sentiment analysis as one of the biggest, but also part of speech tagging. We have very simple APIs that perform like breaking into syllables a word or accentuating it. We make phonetic transcription, like the small parts that in the end can make a bigger engine. So we think that APIs are a very good solution for natural language processing, and we're very happy to see that there are others in the industry getting on board the API ship. And I think that right now, when I'm still asked, like, why is this a better solution for natural language processing, and why is natural language processing important? But I think that maybe 5 years from now, and maybe it's way too much, I'm sure that we'll be absolutely used to all this kind of technology. So I think that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena. Any question?
user than us in text analytics. Have you considered how to combine linguistic applications for final user like linguists or amateur or teachers that they can build interesting things with your APIs?
Yes, actually, I think that when I was mentioning you never know what can be done with the APIs you offer, that was the people I was talking about. We had, for instance, we always think that natural language processing is going to be very useful for big companies or for data analysis and so on. But we've come across situations of people needing natural language processing that are not maybe the usual target you have in mind. For instance, there was a teacher wanting to build application for his school. It was a dictionary, and he needed lemmatizer. So it's definitely not a big data company. It's a teacher wanted to build a dictionary, and we could solve his problem with that. And another kind of people you come across is people having like a shop on the internet, a website where you can buy things, and they need some sort of linguistic processing because whenever you type something you want to search in the catalog, you need some sort of linguistic processing to know what's the plural of this word. And if I want to find this object, I want also to make sure that if I type a word in plural, I'm going to reach that thing. So I think that having not only like the big ones, but also low-level APIs, with that you discover that there's so many people, so many different profiles that get benefit from having natural language processing that we think it's a very interesting approach, having from very low level to more complex ones. That's the dictionary I was talking about. So it's a dictionary, and I'm sorry for people not speaking Spanish. It's a Spanish dictionary. So the thing is, when you have a definition here, and whenever you click on a word, it will take you to the definition of that word. And in Spanish, it's not so simple to go from the form of a word to the head word you will find in a dictionary, because we conjugate verbs in a very crazy manner. So, for instance, this is a plural word, and you have to reach the singular form of this. So every time I'm clicking on any of these words, it will go to the API that finds the lemma of a word and get back, and then redirect you to the correct definition. So this was the example. This is a website from a little children teacher. He built it himself.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about natural language processing, of course, but just to ask you a question. I've read the Siri patent. Siri, the application. Siri, please tell me what is time tomorrow. Yeah, Scottish. No, it's hard, but no. So Siri is a 238 pages patent, and is only for a new design interface. So, for example, Apple, even Google, thinks that one of the main future design interface will be the voice, and for us to ask to a computer or to ask an interface, for example, to change parameters. So natural language processing is one of the main challenge, I think, in the design thing of applications. But since 40 years, we try to make natural language processing. The Stanford Research Institute and a lot of laboratories try to make it with mathematical algorithm, and they make it well, but they don't make it very well, because and I think what you say is right, that they are not from linguistic. They don't mix the linguistic parts. They only make mathematical things. And humans, we are more than mathematics. We are more than the things are perfect. So two questions. The first one is, how do you manage because you're from Apicultur, you're linguistic, but you also, we are talking about application and programming. So I know that there is a model with pointers, with something like that. So we mix the thing. And the second thing is also in languages we have a lot of specific things. It's not logic. Sometimes some verbs, some nouns, it's not logic. You can explain to someone. And in code, for me, for example, I don't like to make hard code. I like when the code is good for everybody and works for every word. But how do you manage it in your dictionary? Because sometimes a verb you cannot explain logically from a class or a classification or with something like that. So, two things.
Is a presentation or a question?
Okay. But first, I'm very happy that you say that, like math cannot solve that, because sometimes I face a situation where, what do you do? I'm a linguist, and if it's someone coming from the engineering or math background, they'll tell you, you know nothing about languages. It's us who know. Okay. So it's very discouraging. So thanks. I'm very happy you said that. Concerning the voice, we deal mainly with text and written text rather than voice. What was the second question? Sorry. Okay, yeah. What you do when you are facing. What I mean is you have verb conjugation, for instance. So you have to look at the entire conjugation and say, okay, I have to find a logic in this, and I'm sure there is because we use verbs. So you try to find logic that will cover the great majority or a big part of this chaos. And once you have the logic for this, for a big part of the problem, okay, now you have a smaller problem. Now you have to find logic in a smaller piece, and then you try to find the logic for that piece, and it will, it might cover a great majority of this smaller piece, and then you go, like little by little, and you might reach a point in which, okay, there are two exceptions. There's nothing that can be done with that. Let's assume it. It's an exception. But it's one, not 100. So I think that's the way you end up working with, in order to find some logic in this chaos. If a word has 3 meanings, well, let's go. That when a word is ambiguous, there are several ways of being ambiguous. You can have, like, you can solve the ambiguity by looking at what is, like next to that word. So, okay, in this context, then this word definitely means this. Sometimes it's not definitely, but it's probable that it might mean this. And there are some times when you will not know, but it happens to you also as a human. Sometimes if you are reading a sentence and it's not clear enough, you might say, okay, this word in this context, what does it mean? So if a human cannot know what's the meaning, then a machine definitely can't.
Real quick question. The natural languages and natural language problems it's a very beautiful field, but there's a lot of times, for example, for me, I had no idea about all the possibilities of this field until I needed something that I thought was related to it, so I started investigating about it. I think there's a lot of times that companies come across, or people come across problems that they don't know that it's related to this kind of field. So how do you expose it? How do you help people identify that their problem is related to that field, so they can go to these APIs and find solutions there?
Actually, that's my obsession right now. Because, there's an expression that it says, when you are a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So, almost every day, I come across a situation when I say, these people want an API, a linguistic API, and they don't know it. And it will be anywhere. So, I think that the fault or the responsibility is on us. Because there's someone that has a problem, and if I know how to solve that, it should be on me that I should, take the pain of going and saying, this is your problem, you have this problem, I know how to solve it. And I think that's a responsibility of us in the industry. Like, there's been a lot of talking these 2 days about API evangelism. Maybe we should have a linguistic evangelism. I would be happy to do that.
Last question.
I have an API design question. When I look at the API docs for your APIs, a lot of Spanish there. Is it a conscious design choice because of your target public, or you're mixing just because it happened?
Thank you.
Actually, what you can see now in the website is a good film of how apiculture started and has continued. So you can see like layer of the first apiculture, and then the second apiculture came, and then the third apiculture. And at some point you look at it and you say, okay, we have to erase everything because I know now what is exactly what I want to do. So yes, at some point or another we have to rethink some of the things that we did. And concerning language and translation, I think that's something, yes, I mean, you're totally right. So yeah, we'll have to do that.
Thank you, Elena. And now we have here another Spanish project, but a very, very, very good project. I am in love with this project. And please note that it's Karmacracy. And they come from Bilbao. There are special people there in Bilbao. Spanish people know that people from Bilbao are very hard people. So I think the application is very good. I am a user of the application, and they also have an API, and maybe he can explain us.
Thank you. Well, we are Karmacracy, as Eduardo says. We have also a kind of problem with the name, because everybody in Spain thinks that we're Karmacracy. And no, it's Karmacracy. It's from karma and democracy. We have the domain too, karmacracy.com. Karmacracy.com redirects you to karmacracy.com, because we know we're going to fund that project. I don't know if you know Karmacracy. I invite all of you to participate in the project. And during this presentation, I'm gonna tell you what we do in Karmacracy, why we have an API or an API, and a couple of things that happened to us because of our API. But first, I'm gonna present myself. This is me. I'm Ciraco all over the internet, so if you want to find what I like and all that stuff, search for Ciraco in Google, and I'm all over the internet. And as long as we are only 4 people on Karmacracy working on the project, I can mention all of them. And when we were, I don't know, 1,000 of people working there, I'm not going to be able to do this. So I want to mention Aledu, Aitor TV, and Teresa Ibet, that are my co-workers in Karmacracy. So what's Karmacracy? This robot is our robot pet. It's called Casey, and in Karmacracy we are a little bit of geeks, and so I want to make a tribute to Isaac Asimov and his 3 laws of robotics, explaining Karmacracy with the 3 laws of Casey robotics, or what the hell is Karmacracy. The first law says so: you're what you share. We think that in the social networks you are what you share. That's it very well. You share certain content, and you are an influencer in certain topics. So we in Karmacracy analyze that success or that reach of your links. And we use them to know how you are on the internet, and how are the internet that your audience like. We know how is your social circle, and we know from which domains you share the most of the content. The second law, there is no democracy like the karma democracy. We think that to know which content is it's good or it's bad in the internet, there is nothing better than people, and the people that choose to share some content, or to choose not to share it. And we also think that the people that access that content is a very valid metric. So our system is very simple. We count the clicks your links receive. That's the basis. That's what we call the karma democracy. The third law says that the humans that share content on the internet must be compensated. They must be compensated. They are doing a work. They are spreading content that other people have created within their social audience. So they are making a work that we think it's not being compensated as it has to be. So we offer them statistics about their sharing habits. We offer them new content that we think that people would like based on what they shared previously. We have what we call the nuts. That's a nut. And are some kind of awards for sharing content of different topics. For example, this award that is from Pulp Fiction it's gained, or you win this award when you share content with the words fuck or joder. It's another tribute to another film that we like. We compensate those sharers too with a tool for sharing easily in the social networks. You only need 2 clicks to share within Twitter, Facebook, or LinkedIn. We would love to have Google Plus integrated, but they don't have a writing API, so we're fine. And of course, we offer them money for sharing different content. This is our last product. It's called Cats, and if you want to know more about this, you can access cats.me or ask me about this. I'm going to show you my profile in Karmacracy. That it's very sad because I don't have great statistics, but this is a Karmacracy profile. These are the links that I've shared. The last links. This is my ranking. I'm lost in the 189, and these are the domains I share content from, the words I have, my nuts. This is what we offer the people. So let's go to talk about the API. Why we have an API? I think there are three main reasons for having an API. There is a selfish one, that is that we want that our service is used. We want people using our service. And there is a lot of people that already share content on the internet with their own tools or their own Twitter clients or whatever, and we need a method for those people to use our system to share their content. So that's the selfish one. Then there is the payback reason. We have to use APIs for that work of sharing content within social networks. So we think that we have some kind of we must return to the system something. So we expose our API to the people to use it. And the last reason is because we didn't find any reason not to do so. We are developers. We like to use other people's APIs, and we think, okay, let's build our API. A quick overview. It's a REST API. It returns the data in a JSON format. You need an API key to use it as a developer. And then the authentication method is a third application key that we don't like it very much, but it's like Eduardo says yesterday. We've done this API learning how to do an API because it's the first API that we built, and since the very beginning we have the third application key for the private data. And the API, it's been evolving with the very karmacracy. At first, it has only the sharing endpoint and the access to the links, but then with new functions, we've been evolving the API. Now I don't want to go very deep in how to use the API because we have our documentation, but I want to show you a little example of how to shorten a link and share it in Twitter, for example. I don't know if you see something from there. The shortening endpoint is in casey.me. That is the domain for our short links. I've made a call with my username, with my app key, and the URL that I want to shorten, and it returns me that I don't know if you can see the shortening link in a JSON format with the keyword that it's the part that says what links is the shortened one. This API has a format argument because a lot of API clients like TwitterDeck or I don't know now, but a lot of the clients that that let their users to configure what custom domain they want to use to shorten their links. They need that the response is just the URL, the short URL. So if you pass instead of JSON plain, you receive only the http://casey.me and the whatever. In order to know where to share the link, we want to get the connections that the user has connected to their profile in Karmacracy. You have to do a call to a request to that URL, asking for the connections, and you receive a JSON with an array of the connections of the users. In this case, it's you can see anything, but it's my Twitter account. In order to share the link, you only have to do that. You made a request with my username, my app key that I thought that I taken away, but no, and the connection and the text you want to share on the social network. And I have here a link to the tweet that I published this morning with the API. Hey, and that's all for sharing. It's only a three-step process. We have a lot of more endpoints for all the stuff that we offer in Karmacracy. Karmacracy, it's free for the users, and all the statistics about the sharing habits are public. So we thought, why don't we are going to expose that information in an API to other people to use that information to I don't know, maybe there is someone somewhere that could make a better Karmacracy than the very Karmacracy. So you can check for the user statistics. We have the evolution along time and how's your relevance during different days of week, during different times of the day. You can request the awards of a user, the domains where they play, the awards, all that stuff that I show in my profile. And you also can temp your links on time to throw it at the time you want, or to follow a schedule that the user has configured previously. I invite you to use our API because we love the projects that the people used to do about this. Related with that, I want to share with you two experiences that we had thanks to our API. One day, at the beginning of the project, when we have a very basic, very basic API, we enter in the Play market and found that there is already a Android application about karmacracy, and we didn't know anything about that. We say, well, what's that? So we contact the developer, and he said, no, I saw that you have an API. I'm a very big fan, so I made an application. And we have to thank this guy, Geradis. That's the one. It's not the prettiest application in the world, but it's a very functional one, and we feel very loved with this application. It's a wonderful experience. And the other experience that I want to share with you, it's the hackathon that we had last year against our API. It was celebrated in Catayuno and Merendoyo event. I don't know if you know what's that. It's an event for developers for practicing agile methods, and it's called Catayuno because it has the word kata, that is a practice of TDD. Yuno, it's desayuno, que is breakfast in Spanish. So we program and we eat. Like everything in Spanish that we do all the time in Spain. Y merendoyo es también, meren is merienda, que I don't know how to say it in English. Yeah, to eat. And well, the last event of the past season was a hackathon against our API, and it was wonderful to have a lot of developers coding against us, because they give us a lot of feedback about, I don't like that you don't have, for example, standard error responses for our API, and we said, oh, okay, we're sorry, it's our first API, don't kill us. They programmed three curious applications. There was a Karma Soul, that is a console interface for karmacracy. So if you don't like to search in the web, you can use Karma Soul to share links. Karma Fighters, it means an age. It was a karmacracy profile comparison tool. It's to see what of your friends is better than you, and if you're the best, and that stuff. The karmacracy dispatcher, that it's a mail server for sharing content in Twitter. You send a text with an URL, a normal URL, and the server receives it and shorten the link and share it in your Twitter account. It's not very useful, but it's very curious. And the last thing that we get from this hackathon was plans for making the AP, or the second version of the API. I feel very I see myself in the words of Mehdi yesterday when he talked about being a startup and having a very volatile API, or a very it's very possible that in the near future we're gonna change some things of our API. But what we know is that we're gonna deprecate at some time our API or API version 1, but we're not gonna make major changes in the communication and in the interface. Instead, we're gonna implement a better designed and more standard API for the second version, but we have to take care of the first version, because there is a lot of applications that use it. We have to take care of the first version of the API, because our official Android and iPhone application is built over our API. So we we take a lot of care about that, and that's all of that of our API. Thanks all of you for listening. If you have any questions. Yeah.
On Twitter, there is a photo of you. We have to give back. We have API consumer. We have to give back. Yeah. So you use API as an entry, and you give back an API thing. And I love about trust thing. And do you expose exactly the API you use behind for us as your API user to know which API you rely on? Because if I use your API, I want to know if it's Twitter, if it's Tumblr, if it's Instagram, it's them. So will you? You're a tiny company. You're but is it in your mind to be as transparent with your developer to say that we use this, and that. We provide you a new API based on top of our interface and our sharing influence link for this. So this is my question.
We think that transparency is very, very important in everything, and we don't have any problem in saying that. Well, we're using Twitter API, Facebook API, and LinkedIn API. We don't have it in anything anywhere in our web, but I think it's a good idea to. If you ask us, we're going to tell you, okay, we're working with that. It's not now in the documentation, but it's a good idea to do so. Another question?
Do you have any business model for your APIs, or do you want to get some information of the user, or what your idea about this? If I make an application and use a lot your APIs, good for you, bad, or what do you think?
Well, that's not something that we have thought about intense use of our API. We have. It's not a contract, but it's a kind of rule of using Karmacracy that everybody behind a profile must to be a person, because it's the main point of Karmacracy. It's persons, it's people sharing content, filtering content, sharing what they like, and all that stuff. We have, for example, there is, I don't remember the web. Not tiny URL, but something similar that uses a lot of shortening APIs, and it's like it's like a web for selecting. I want to shorten a link with this shortener, and they shorten your link. And we have a lot of people using this web page, and but there is an only person behind. So we talk with the developer, and we said, you can do this because this is not what we planned for Karmacracy, and he understands us. And another case that we have too is a web page that uses Karmacracy links for a fidelity system or something like that. And we also talk with them, and they understand us. They use now Karmacracy for their social media stuff and that stuff, but not for the fidelity system. And answering your question, no, we haven't think about a business model around our API.
Okay, thank you. More questions? So, thank you, Carl McCarthy. Now we have another project, a Spanish project also. The project is Spot Bros and is a very nice project. We are working with them. We 2 weeks ago we went to their office to know how to use the SDK to create an application, and 2 days later we have an application in this area. I think with data structure and with APIs, it's very easy to create content, to put content, and to make some things. So I think that is a very good thing that they are here speaking about his project. So thank you.
For the hackathon, because we will all the hackathon participants for the prize and the hackathon sponsor, we will be in the room B in 5 minutes. Yeah, in 5 minutes. So for the prize, but please make your presentation.
We did find 2 days ago some spike in the number of realizations, so we thought it was you, making some people joining the Spotros. So hello everyone, I'm here to talk about some project we are in. So for those of you who still don't know what Spotros about, I'm just going to say a few words. It's basically an instant messaging system. The basic layer how to make it again. The basic layer is an instant messaging system. So you are able to chat with your friends of your agenda, to make your private groups, and etc. etc. But we decided to make something else. It makes sense if I say that Spot Bros, it's about the spots. It's public chat rooms with unlimited number of people who have one topic. This one topic of this spot, and the people join that spot and share content, meet each other. And it's definitely something that when people find the spot they like, it has a huge engagement for those people. It's definitely something here. But early this year, we decided to have a new project, something else. We decided to make the apps, the SD apps. I'm going to talk about that in this presentation. What we think it might go, the future, is making possible the channel of communicating users with companies. So we've made the technology to make that possible. What's the benefits of this for the companies? They have some free agile development. They can build some software to communicate with this new channel without having to develop a lot. So they have also as well a private and bidirectional communication channel from the user and the company. And the revenue flows, well, they will be huge. And for the users, it's something easy to use. Basically, they are chatting with someone, and there's no need to download new software to have this possibility with a new company. They have as well the control of the communication. If they are tired of communicating with the company, they can the communication down, and it's their decision. So the idea, what have we done? What are we developing? What are we offering? We wanted to make the SB apps as fast as possible, so we did develop an API, but we have not documented it as well, because as well we're offering an SDK, piece of software that consumes the API and makes something else. So that's what we offer in the point of entrance, and what the people should download and use to consume the API and build their own SB apps. So what's possibilities to here at OpenNet? It's not about making another huge instant messaging client. It's just the basic things: sending message and getting information about the user you are talking to, and these points. So it's like having the infrastructure of SpotBros out of SpotBros to the company is going to build some basic layer, and you have the communication of SpotBros is not just inside the SpotBros backend, it's something else as well. It's something of SpotBros out of in another company, in other infrastructures. So, what's the SB app? That's needs to be known in this presentation. For the user, is just another endpoint to chat with. You can chat with another user, you can chat with a Spot, you can chat with an SB app. The user has the same feeling, but for us, we know that it's something else, something different. It's a service that it's running somewhere in internet and has a bidirectional communication channel between SpotBros and this service. So, the advantages between SB apps and native apps I've said in the previous slide. It's the company doesn't have to develop the native app. That it's out of work. It's not the companies are not supposed to do that. I mean, someday, could be someday near today, you are going to be able to send to ask for a pizza with chatting, because the technology is here. We can't do that today. You have just to pull the red strings, but the day that it's not possible, the company we're talking to, it's a pizza company. They're not supposed to build applications. They're not supposed to have a department to make all these things and make native apps for iPhone, for Android, for anything else to correct the bugs. And this is not the core business of the company. They're supposed to make pizzas, and we are offering all the technology to make it possible the communication of this company with the instant messaging system. So that's the idea. Here's a glimpse of what's the communication arrows between the user and a third company. So basically, the user is asking for something, just a message in the instant messaging, sending to SpotBros. We know that the message is going to be to a SB app, so we say, okay, this SB app is being served somewhere else in the internet. So we are making the message like we're through a gateway sending to this server. The SDK I talk about, it not just knows how to consume the API, it just knows how to understand this petition. So it knows that it's going to receive a message from someone. Then what is going to be made here is the business of the logic of the SD app, and it can use the API to send a message back, or maybe send a message to another group of users, or something else. Whatever it can be done, it's the logic, it's somewhere else out of SpotBros. So that's the idea. The user sends a message, it gets through a petition to another server, external server, and it can consume the API through some public commands that are available in SpotBros. So the two channels of communication that we've seen in the former slide, channel 1 and channel 2, are able to do these things. SpotBros is going to send actually some few messages. The user has subscribed to your app, the user has unsubscribed, you have a new vote. That is something that can be done in SpotBros. You can vote things, users, spots, apps, and the user has sent you a new message. And with that, the application can do whatever they want, and the commands that are available in the API are sending a message to that user, to another one, with attachments, with pictures, with everything that can be done in Spotbros. You can retrieve the user's profile, you can get the message contents, if someone sends a picture to an API, I don't know, has been an accident somewhere near here. You send a picture of the accident and the SB app can do whatever you want, publish it somewhere, etc. And you can get the SB app metadata, number of followers, etc. But that's the idea of what can be done. So this is an example of an SB app that we made. When we have the infrastructure, we made some few SB apps on our own, and then some people made their own, like here, the APIdays Futboleros. It's about getting the results of matches in football. It's just the SB app is really tiny, because it's just like a wrapper between another API that it's consumed. So a message is called about what's the result of that this match. Then the SB app consumes another external API, gets the result, and sends back a message to the Spotbros user, like message with the content, with generates the image with the result, etc. A company here, the NET de Madrid, has built their first SB app. It's about knowing when are going to get the buses, where the next, the closest bus stop, etc. We made this one with them nearly before this was supposed to be opened to the public. Was the first company's SB app. So you can do several things. You have like when you ask for help or to know what can be done, they say that there are few words that can be used to get some messages, like parada or something specific words, where, etc. They are using as well to have some internal communication. Some people of this company can use the SB app to get some custom messages to another group of people, etc. Whatever they want, and they are development in their infrastructure. MT has their own SB app running in their company. And a third example, for example, is a really hitting one. It's a game based on SB apps. So just as about playing a game, you write the message, I want to play, and then it gets you a message when somebody else is ready as you, and you are chatting with the SB app, but it's sending back the messages to the other users, and the other user has responded correctly to 4 questions, he's going to win you unless you get the correct answer, etc. So you play with someone else through this SB app. It's a game chat, and well, the trivial game it's made under the Spotbros. And well, there is some technology we're using, Redis and MySQL, for those who would like to know. That's the idea. What we are offering to do so, we have consumed this project to make some people of our company, make every one of us, not just me that have developed the code. Every people of the company have developed their own SB apps. The basic point is the SDK, a project in GitHub. You can download it, and you have basically 2 folders: the SDK and some examples with what can you do, etc., etc. So the first point is to download this. Another point is we have a portal when you can log in and say, okay, this is my user, and I'm going to publish these several SB apps. We Spotbros have an official user where we have several of our SB apps, and what you can say in the profile. Well, that's the basic idea: logging in the Spotbros portal and downloading the SDK. The login is just to tell to Spotbros that is going to be one SB app available, and to say where it's going to be hosted, etc. Some profile data I'm going to show you next. The idea is these first two steps, and then when you download it, just host it in a server, and when it's up and running, you can, through Spotbros, subscribe to it and use it. Can we see here the management? Well, the basic things that you have to say to create a SBApp is just give it a name, a description, or a category, and the second tab is service to say where it's going to be hosted. That's the basic thing. As well, the portal can give you some statistics of how is it going, how many people is joining, how many messages is receiving, etc. You can see the profile of the people that it has joined to you, and there is the last tab that you can send a message to your followers. And the special thing of this part, the messaging tab, is that what is used here is the same code of the SB client as SDK. I mean, it's like the same app is sending a message. I mean, this thing that can be done in the portal is just a wrapper to the SDK. So it's, what we build is how to say what's the subject, how to upload attachments to the subject, and select the followers, the receivers of the message. Then you send, and it's used the SDK, and this as well is using the API, and it's sent to these followers. So that's the idea, and the bones of this are limited to the imagination. Whatever you can imagine, it can be done. There are lots of things. When we meet some new people, we find that there are new possibilities to be done. When we made as well a hackathon like 1 month and a half ago, and we found some people that told, maybe you can use something to have an RSS system to check out what's new and publish it to Spotros. Maybe we could develop something to make it possible really easily. I mean, there are lots of things that can be done, and just we are making the technology available to exploit it. That's the idea.
Any question? I have one. Are you planning to put this Spotbox in other platforms, like a browser on a computer?
That's a good question. To make available the SDK through other platforms, we could make the Spotbox as well. The problem is that the whole Spotbox has some bidirectional channel. You are going to need to know when someone is writing to you, so maybe it's different the approach. Maybe you have to be polling for what's new every sometime in a while, so it's difficult. We may have we are maybe going to make something very basic, able to upload the content you want to share in Spotbox. Watching some spots that you are joining can be done, but it's difficult because you have to every time in a while poll about new messages, and it's we're thinking about it, but we found some difficulties so far.
Questions? No more questions? So I think it's the moment of the hackathon prizes. So thank you.
So all the hackathon team which are participated. ¿Cómo se dice en Spanish? Participado. Sí, hablo español. Participado. All the hackathon team which has participated, they can come into the stage. Where are they? 1, 2. Come on. All the team, don't be shy. I see a team. They say no. You go. No. Come on. Ori, of course. Like Spartacus, you know. I'll be back and I will be millions.
Yes. First category was to develop an API. Where is the? Can you show your child? Puedes hablar español si quieres. You can speak Spanish. The idea of the category was to create an API, not to use an API. No, the idea is to create the API.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Castro y vengo a presentar nuestro proyecto que se llama Verifone. El objetivo que nos planteamos fue crear un API que fuera sencillo de usar y demostrar que era posible crear valor utilizando algún API existente. En nuestro caso usamos el API de Twilio. Lo que consiste el API es que permite verificar la legitimidad de las operaciones que se hacen en una determinada web. Para verificar esta legitimidad, el consumidor del API lo que tiene que decir es que quiere verificar a un usuario. Entonces nosotros le proporcionaremos un número PIN aleatorio que se lo mostrará al usuario y a continuación realizaremos una llamada telefónica al usuario para solicitarle que introduzca el PIN. Una vez que el usuario ha introducido el PIN, nosotros invocaremos a una URL de callback para proporcionar la respuesta al consumidor del API. Los principales casos de uso en los que hemos detectado que encaja nuestro API sería como un sistema de anti-spam para el registro de usuarios en una web. Creemos que es un sistema que mejora el CAPTCHA, ya que además de permitir saber si el usuario que está utilizando la web es una persona, reduce la posibilidad de creación de cuentas por duplicado y además creemos que para el usuario es más sencillo la interacción con un teléfono móvil antes que descifrar los CAPTCHAs. Otro posible caso de uso que hemos detectado donde podría encajar es como un complemento a la seguridad ya existente en una web, ya que permite autorizar ciertas operaciones contra un teléfono móvil válido y permitiendo detectar si el usuario que está haciendo la operación es el que se registró en la web. Con respecto a la seguridad del API, está pensado para ser usado desde la parte del servidor, nunca desde el cliente directamente. A cada cliente del API se le asigna una clave y esta clave tendrá que ser enviada en cada petición en una cabecera HTTP y también está pensado para que la comunicación sea siempre bajo HTTPS para evitar que la clave sea vista por terceras partes. Con respecto a los recursos o las colecciones del API que usamos son tres, que son Accounts, Phones and Verifications. Las accounts serían los clientes o los consumidores del API. Nos tendrían que proporcionar un dominio desde el que van a invocar al API y nosotros les asignaremos una clave. Cada cuenta podrá tener una serie de teléfonos asociados y para cada teléfono se podrán crear una serie de verificaciones. Tendrán un PIN generado aleatoriamente y una URL de callback a la que invocaremos una vez que el usuario introduzca el PIN. Y con respecto a los principales endpoints del API son los siguientes. El primero permitiría registrarse como cliente del API. Este no sería un endpoint público, sino que solo sería accesible desde el frontend de gestión del API. Los siguientes que se muestran sí que serían públicos y accesibles. El primero permitiría crear un teléfono asociado a una cuenta. El segundo permitiría crear una verificación para un teléfono en concreto. Y el tercero nos permitiría conocer cuál es el estado de la verificación. Los dos últimos que se ven son dos endpoints un poco especiales, ya que son los que invoca Twilio. El primero de ellos es para comunicarnos cuáles son los dígitos que ha introducido el usuario en el teléfono y el segundo de ellos lo utiliza Twilio para ver cuáles son las acciones que tiene que utilizar en la llamada, cuál es el mensaje que se le dirá al usuario, si tiene que recoger dígitos del teclado, cuántos dígitos o cuál es el carácter que indica el final de los dígitos, y también se le dice cuál es el endpoint al que tiene que llamar cuando el usuario ha marcado el final de los dígitos. Y a continuación voy a hacer una pequeña demo en el que crearemos un cliente del API. Para ello haremos una llamada post sobre el endpoint de accounts y nos devolverá, también le pasaremos cuál es el nombre del cliente y el dominio del cliente desde el cual nos va a hacer las llamadas, y lo que nos devolverá será algo como esto, en lo que se incluye el API key que luego tendremos que usar en las sucesivas llamadas. Entonces, aquí vemos que en la respuesta nos ha proporcionado la clave, que es la que tendremos que usar en las sucesivas llamadas al API. Lo siguiente que vamos a hacer es crear un teléfono asociado a esta cuenta. Entonces, tendremos que hacer una invocación de tipo post sobre esta URL y le tendremos que decir cuál es el número que queremos crear. Entonces, también en esta petición le pasaremos una cabecera con el API key que nos ha devuelto. Entonces, aquí simplemente la respuesta es la confirmación del teléfono que le hemos dicho que nos cree. La siguiente llamada que vamos a hacer es para crear una verificación sobre un teléfono. Entonces, haremos una llamada post sobre la URL phones, el número de teléfono en concreto y verification. También le tendremos que pasar el API key y le indicaremos cuál es la URL a la que tiene que invocar una vez que el usuario haya tecleado el PIN en la llamada telefónica. Vale, aquí la respuesta se puede ver cuál es el código PIN que tendremos que teclear cuando nos llamen y se ve que la petición está en estado pendiente. Entonces, ahora nos ha solicitado que introduzcamos el PIN, lo introducimos y nos dice que han recibido el PIN ha sido recibido correctamente. Entonces, en situaciones normales se habría invocado a la URL de callback, lo que pasa que en el demo no se hace. Entonces, si quisiéramos conocer cuál es el estado de esta petición, tendríamos que hacer una llamada de tipo get sobre la URL verifications y el ID de la verificación, pasando como cabecera la clave del API. El ID de la llamada o el ID de la verificación lo hemos obtenido como respuesta a la hora de crearla. Vale, ese no era el API key. Bueno, pues esto no funciona.
I think it's a good job for a hackathon day to create an API, and it's the idea that an API creates another API. You take one from here, one thing from here and that. So I think that there's no more finalists in this category. So you are the winner. So take your prize. And any have any question about this application, this way of create APIs? No? So it's okay. Thank you. And yes, is a mobile phone? I suppose it's. What's your price? You know what's your price? No. What's the price for this category? A mobile, yes. Which one? It's a Firefox OS mobile, and there are two models. Yes, you can. I don't know. I think it's. Yes, you can open it. The sponsor is Apicultur. So Apicultur is the sponsor of this prize.
Yeah, big partnership. Yeah, great. So thank you.
Next category is Twilio, and come you here to present the finalists. Yes, the finalists are your application. Yes, love here. Can you come here to show us? The idea is to look for love, I think. So it's a very, very nice application, web page with a lot of APIs.
¿Te importa si te robo el portátil un momentito? ¿Sí? ¿Tenías qué resolución tenías pegado a ti en la pantalla? Es que no se ve casi en la aplicación entera. Bueno, da igual. Bueno, hola a todos. Nosotros somos de ERRI. Yo soy Jaime Nieves. Mi compañero es francés. ¿Se me oye bien? Uy, Dios, se me oye demasiado, ¿no? Entonces nosotros hemos hecho creamos en el hackathon una aplicación, very well. una aplicación mezclando varias APIs. Nosotros somos de R, con lo cual nuestro foco está en la parte geográfica y entonces combinamos la parte de geografía, la parte geoespacial con algunas otras APIs y creamos una aplicación para encontrar el amor que está cerca de nosotros, ¿vale? Entonces, esta es la portada, como veis, es muy fácil. Vete a la parte de apúntate, porque probablemente... Vale. Sí. Sí. No, pero vete, apúntate y vemos esa parte. Entonces, aquí estamos utilizando un API que permite identificar mi... No sé si podremos acceder a la cámara o no, que sería la parte chula. Sí, pero no te ha pedido lo de la... Ah, mira, abre... Seguro que funciona. Sí. Con Chrome seguro que funciona. Me parece que en Mac es comando tal, no, F. Con lo cerca que estábamos. Bueno, ahora sí. Vale, es que esta es la parte chula de la aplicación. Bueno, entonces en los sitios de citas es muy frecuente que, claro, uno pueda mentir sobre su edad o mienta sobre su condición sexual. Y hay algunos tíos cachondos ahí que intentan atraer a otros tíos cachondos haciéndose pasar por tías. Con lo cual utilizamos una API de reconocimiento facial para que cuando nos registramos, como está haciendo aquí Francesc, pues no solamente le diga si es hombre o mujer, sino también estime su edad. De modo que yo, pues, cuando me logo en la página, pues ya estoy dando no solamente mis datos personales, sino que estoy con mi cara autenticando, digamos, la plataforma, ¿vale?
Es porque no había sonreído.
Muy bien, bueno, estupendo, ¿vale? Entonces, una vez que nosotros creamos algo...
Sonriendo tienes el doble de edad.
Efectivamente, sí, pero bueno, serán las arrugas probablemente. Bueno, entonces, una vez que nosotros hemos logado en la página, no te preocupes, para hacerlo más rápido, vete a la parte de buscar pareja si quieres y... Vale, sí. Básicamente, el navegador es capaz de dar la posición y lo que hace es añadir nuestra información a la base de datos junto con la posición, ¿vale? Y entonces, con las APIs de R podemos hacer algo de análisis sobre los puntos que hay en el sistema, sobre la gente que se ha dado de alta. Y, por ejemplo, pues además de pues poder ubicarnos en función de la ubicación del navegador, pues también podemos hacer una búsqueda por radio de el tipo de persona que estamos buscando. La idea original, lo que pasa es que no nos dio tiempo a implementarlo, era utilizar el reconocimiento facial también para transmitir emociones, de modo que nosotros pudiéramos, si estamos contentos, sonreír y mandar un mensaje feliz a alguien que está triste, y al revés, si nosotros estamos tristes, pues que alguien pudiera hacernos felices con su rostro, de modo que, bueno, pues por eso la aplicación está programada de esta forma en la que podemos buscar que me den cariño o dar cariñito, ¿vale? Y con el API de arriba podemos hacer un buffer en torno a un punto y ser capaz de encontrar la gente a la que está a una distancia. Entonces, entra en la parte móvil si quieres y vemos la parte móvil. ¿Vale? Tenemos una parte móvil que es donde utilizamos el API de Twilio, de modo que podemos poner en contacto a dos personas que se gustan sin revelar sus respectivos números de teléfono. Mobile.html. ¿Vale? Os lo vamos a enseñar por aquí porque hay pantalla y luego haremos una pequeña demo con mi Windows Phone. ¿Vale? Vale, pues básicamente esta es una aplicación, como veis, muy ligerita, HTML5, carga en cualquier dispositivo. Yo puedo ubicarme pulsando en el dónde Y bueno, pues por ejemplo pulsan el puntico este rosa de abajo y seguramente pues aquí habrá una tía maciza a la cual podamos llamar. Aquí ya tenemos, ¿vale? Pues esta claramente la queremos llamar. Entonces, bueno, lo mismo que tenemos en esto lo tenemos en el dispositivo móvil, como veis. Entonces, lo que voy a hacer es pulsar en el punto en cuestión. Aquí está la chica y tengo un enlace que es llamar, ¿vale? Entonces, desde el número de teléfono yo puedo llamar y entonces él llama a un número de Twilio, con lo cual yo no sé el número de esa otra persona y entonces a través de la API de Twilio por detrás estamos contactando con el teléfono de la otra persona. Vamos a ver si esto funciona o no funciona. Voy a llamar otra vez porque lo bueno es escuchar el sonido. ¿El qué? Bueno, aquí pasa una cosa un poco rara, pero esto es por el traductor MP3.
Bienvenidos a losgier.com. Su llamada será transferida a la pareja seleccionada sin revelar su número.
¿Vale? Y llega la otra persona y la otra persona recibe un número que tampoco es el mismo, con lo cual, bueno, esta es la idea del API. Y muchas gracias sobre todo a la organización por habernos dado la oportunidad de estar allí, que fue muy divertido, y de presentar aquí.
Any question? Question?
Me now? I have no idea. Because you're speaking Spanish and I don't. We had a bit of a problem during the hackathon. We were supposed to do hacking around APIs, but we didn't have a lot of connectivity, so the internet didn't really work. And so I had a really big problem because I didn't know I was developing on my server, and I couldn't connect to my server. And I didn't know if what I was doing on my server killed the server, and my server was down, or whether I simply could not connect because the Wi-Fi was really, really not working. So I made Panic for the sysadmin that has no connectivity. So it's, again, a Twilio app, and basically what you do is you sign up, you create an account. I've already created one. You create a list of sites you want to monitor. So I'm monitoring constellationmatrix.com and Google. It's always good to monitor Google because usually they're up. So if it says that Google is down, something else is wrong. And then you can simply, you don't have connectivity, so you take your phone, and you don't need even to basically have an account on the system for your phone. Because there is a very good chance you didn't, and you don't have connectivity, so you can't do anything on a server. So you just call the system. Sorry, that's the demo thing. So it first asked me to link it to my account, so I will. I write my account number. Do something, please. Okay. Constellation Matrix is up, Google is up, everything is okay. Now, if ever, no, it's not the end. If ever something was down, what would have, so this is the Twilio side, but we also use Sendgrid. Because I'm in panic mode, right? And the main problem is that I'm the sysop, so probably I am getting the emails saying the systems are down. Only I don't have connectivity. So I can't get these emails, right? So if it's down, there's a fallback, and it sends emails not to the primary sysop, but to someone else that is the kind of the I won't show that, emergency contact. And of course, there is also, because if not, this would be completely stupid, right? There is also, of course, a RESTful API. So, of course, we can automate all of this and automate all the sites we want to monitor. So, voila. Any questions?
Any question?
Thank you. This is actually the first time I've been on this stage the whole time I've been here. So, hello, I'm the Twilio guy. I have to judge between these two guys, and this is where I get to do my favourite thing. And everybody wins. Yay! Ori, Raspberry Pi.
Oh, a Raspberry Pi. Great.
I have these in every pocket. Yeah. Youngest member. So there's one for you. And one for you. And one for you. Should we just... No, we're going to take that, are we? No, never mind. You can learn to program. It's a good way to go, trust me. No worries. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Ori, the adapter, Mac adapter, video adapter. Yes, I think. So it's new categories, an application based on mashup or Apicultur APIs. There are two contenders. One is this application, Love Here, and the other is a game for Windows 8. Thank you.
Yo he hecho, bueno, mi nombre es Javier Barrera Gómez. He hecho un juego que se llama Pasapalabra, que muchos conoceréis, para Windows Phone 8. Entonces, como veis, esto sería, bueno, no se ve demasiado bien, pero esto sería un Windows Phone, teléfono normal, usando Windows Phone, y eso sería una tablet utilizando el mismo sistema operativo. Lo que he hecho, en principio, con el tema de diseño, por empezar con algo, es he intentado que el diseño de la aplicación sea el diseño que tiene el usuario en el móvil. Entonces he intentado utilizar los estilos de sistema para que si tú tienes el móvil con fondo oscuro y letras rojas, te salga con fondo oscuro y letras rojas. Y si lo tienes, bueno, ya me entendéis. Entonces el juego es muy sencillo, tiene para cambiar la dificultad. simplemente clicando. No vi necesario entrar en otro panel porque realmente es pérdida de tiempo. Y luego, pues, la parte de jugar. Lo que hace el dispositivo se conecta a una de las APIs de Apicultur, le pide una palabra aleatoria, coge esa palabra, se la vuelve a enviar y le pide la definición de esa palabra. Además, en el segundo envío, además de la definición, recibiremos el lema. Con lo cual, si la palabra, por ejemplo, era hospitales, realmente la definición que te va a pedir es la definición de hospital. Entonces, cuando tú pones la respuesta, realmente tú pondrás hospital y como miramos también la lematización de la palabra, te la hará como correcta. En este caso, natural de Armenia, armeno quizás, ¿alguien tiene alguna idea? Armenio. Correcto. Ya te pone un acierto, 0 fallo, pasas a la siguiente. Bueno, y así hasta que tenemos, en este caso, las 10 palabras. Adicionalmente, esta noche se lo he enseñado a mis amigos y teníamos el problema que siempre tenía que estar diciendo la definición en voz alta, porque claro, si jugábamos 5, pues estaban los 4 amigos ahí, a ver, yo les decía la definición, la tenía que decir en voz alta. Entonces lo que he pensado es, me he conectado a la API de mashup, una de las APIs de mashup que se llama Text to Voice, y entonces clicando en la definición debería hacerme caso. A ver, vamos a esta. Muy larga.
¿Alguien o hacer ademanes para que venga o para advertirle algo?
Además lo hice con esa motivación que te da ganas de jugar.
Dar voces a alguien o hacer ademanes para que venga o para advertirle algo.
Bien. Entonces, pues si jugamos con gente alrededor, le das a esto, la gente se emociona y juega con... Bueno, no me voy a retrasar haciendo las 10 preguntas. Simplemente podemos clicar a pasa directamente para que cargue una nueva palabra. Hay un sistema de toma book, pasa en las mejores casas. Bueno, hay un sistema de reconexión. Bueno, antes ha fallado porque había una reconexión y no sé por qué ha fallado. Es la segunda vez que me pasa, todavía no sé por qué. El caso es que, bueno, si falla alguna de las peticiones, reconecta y la vuelve a pedir la palabra que toque. Y ya está. Una vez tenemos las 10 palabras contestadas, lo que te hace, te va a otra pantalla, te dice enhorabuena o pruébalo otro día, te da el tanto por ciento de fallos y aciertos y ya está, poco más. También suelo decir que los niveles realmente son niveles. Probamos con los amigos también el nivel 3 y acertamos un 10% de las palabras. No había manera, eso eran dificilísimas. Y bueno, y ya está, eso es todo.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. So we will announce the winner of the mashup and Apicultur prize. So, and for this, it's Eduardo who will announce it. Eduardo for Apicultur, please.
I think this is a very, very difficult decision because there are two very good applications, you know. So I think that we can give a prize to Love here, the Nexus 7 tablet. And another prize for this application, the Firefox OS phone.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. De nada.
Very bye. Thank you for the for me?
Simplemente para poder coger el otro.
Yes, sí, sí. Thank you. So Xing API, which is a Xing API for networking, was also a sponsor, and one developer made an application with Xing API, and he will receive the Xing gift when he will have finished the application. So this is it. So Eduardo. Yeah, I think it's the coffee time. So let's take a coffee, and then we will announce a last thing for everybody, and then we will sum up APIdays Mediterranea. Thank you.
Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's fun punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't stop from my powers amazing. And ironical haikus that are in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me. Don't trade on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's fun punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't stop from my powers amazing. And ironical haikus that are in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me. Don't trade on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Trade on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's fun of punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't slip from my powers amazing. Ironical haikus hidden in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me 'cause I'll never lie. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me 'cause I'll never lie. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Trade on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's fun of punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't slip from my powers believe me, 'cause I never lie. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me. Don't trade on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. miss you. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Trade I made, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man's found punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it comes to flow. My power's amazing. And ironical haikus glitter in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me down. Trade I made, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man, found and punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't stop from my powers amazing. And ironical haikus that are in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. See the magical circle tattooed on my ankle. I only need to touch it when it beats me. Don't trade on me, my power's amazing. There's a mystical drawing somewhere in my notebook. Something about love, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you my secrets. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie. Mr. Harry, my soul man, found and punching me down. I'm like a shadow sliding on the ground. Yeah, it don't stop from my powers amazing. And ironical haikus that are in my notebook. Something about joy, something higher than you. Don't even think I'll tell you what it means. You said you had an issue. Just give me your hand, like cold when I snap my fingers. Dark shadows don't like my fingers. Please believe me, 'cause I'll never lie.
Just come from far to ask some feedback. Even Apicultur, come on, everybody. What? Sí. Yes, few words. I will just ask, please, Keen, Swift, Jeremiah, and Michael, just to come on stage and just and even you. I don't remember. Luis, yeah, Luis, Spanish name, to give some, just some feedbacks. Whoa. And Kin after, at the end, just to have some feedbacks about the event And then we will finish and we will take a little photo all together. The real one who has just stayed until the end for the beers. So, Luis?
On my side, I was very impressed by the quality of the hackathon. Even if we weren't so many, the quality was high, and for the time spent there, I mean, I've seen amazing things done. Also, the participation, the fact that we had people coming from the outside here and presenting was good. It was also good to meet up with competitors. It's always good. So always a pleasure to meet Alan Swift more again. And it was also a pleasure to have you yesterday, the people that were with us around Madrid. And thanks Mehdi, thanks Apicultur. It's always a pleasure to help and to impulse. And again, if you want to be us afterwards, aquí estamos.
Yay.
So I was a part of the first API Days in Paris, actually in December, and when I did that, actually I found that conference like randomly on Twitter somehow, and I emailed or tweeted or something. I don't remember what I did, but it was like, oh, this looks like a great conference. I want to help. I'll be in Paris. What can I do? And Mehdi invited me to come and speak, and it was a really great experience. And so when he told me he was running all these other conferences this year, like the one here in Madrid and the one in San Francisco is coming up in June, I was super excited because I was really happy with the way the first one went. It was one of the best conferences I've been to, and definitely he has lived up to my expectations once again. The whole API Days team did a really great job putting this on. I'm very impressed with all the speakers and the quality of all the attendees. You guys were all great, and the hackathon was awesome too. So definitely you guys continue to impress me, and I'm really looking forward to San Francisco and then the next event in Paris as well. So keep up the good work.
What he said. Yeah, so no, I've had a great time. This is obviously the first API Days event I've been involved with. It's really good. There's there's so much stuff going on out here, and everyone's building really interesting stuff, and we've had loads of great talks, and I learned stuff, which is always good. So yeah, thanks very much, guys. That was really entertaining.
First, thank you so much for the invite. I'm so glad that I actually got to come out here, and everyone at Apicultur, you've been wonderful hosts this entire time. For all of you, thank you for the great conversations. The enthusiasm is infectious being here, and it's great to meet other pioneers kind of on the forefront of what we're doing right now. So just remember, research is really important. And when you make your API better and more usable, you're doing it for each other. Like we can be stronger through interdependency. And I'm looking forward to all the APIs that people are working on and using them in the future.
Yeah, thanks for having me out. I've never been to Spain before, so this was awesome. This is a first for me. The most valuable part of this, I think, was as a speaker, talk to the people here, as the participants talk to us. It's a two-way conversation, just like APIs, right? I mean, an API ecosystem is all about two-way conversations. So I enjoyed, the beer, but the conversation around the beer. But I'm also a beer evangelist as well. So. Those conversations, it helps me, my talk helps me work through, I don't know how many of you read my blog, but, I write, and then I go speak to hone, and craft my stories, and I go back and I write more, and I work through stories. And stories are the most important part of what I do, and it should be the most important part of what you guys do as well. So coming to as many of these events as you can, or meetups, or taking what you've learned here or what you find on my blog and go do workshops or meetups in your town. And I hope we're going to have Happy Days Berlin, Milan, Rome. Like we're so I can
Yeah, just we have to finish the close to the partnership.
Yeah.
And then it will be okay.
Okay.
But you will be aware on Twitter, by mail. We will harass you.
But thank you so much. I mean, just take what you learned here. And, I've been doing evangelism for 3 years now. This is what I've been doing. And when I started, no one cared really that much. And through storytelling, people care now. And I've seen the power of being able to come to these and share what we do and then see it go go elsewhere without me. So it's very powerful, and I recommend you guys just get out there and do this and spread the word, because it will change the world and it'll change the way people think, but it's up to you to go out there and do it. So thanks. I appreciate it.
Don't put your single hope into one evangelist. Everybody has to be evangelist, and you are also the evangelist on API. So really, thank you. Let's applaud them all to be there. They come from far to be there. So please, again, thank you to be there. And please, I would like you to applaud them to be there, because this is because you were there. And yes, API Days are a succession of open conference on APIs, so open APIs, open conferences. Everybody is able to organize one conference in this region, even tiny one. This is so just to reach me, and then we will try to make something together. There is an API community in Spain and in Mediterranea, so I hope we will merge all the forces here to make other events, which will be better. But really, I would like to thank Apicultur, because they made all the local organization. They made a lot of work. A large part of the team, they are there with the shirts. Eduardo, Elena. So really, thank you, and I would like to thank you really strong.
Thank you. I want to thank all the attendees, speakers, participants. I was very thrilled when we got the first speakers that decided to join us. I was very thrilled to see people coming overseas, or people deciding to spend their weekend in this event. We are a bunch of 12 crazy guys working in an office doing stuff related with bees. So it was very thrilling for us to have people coming from just the other side of the world to join us, and people deciding to spend their Saturday with us. So it's very, very, very thrilling for us. So thank you so much, attendees, speakers, and participants. And overall, Mehdi, it would have been a complete disaster if you hadn't been here. Thank you so much. You are like magic. So thanks a lot for everything, really.
First of all, my first conclusion is that I should learn English someday. So the second is to thank Pablo that is there, and he is past 2 days seeing all the conference, taking the PowerPoints or PDF, and it's a lot of work, and we are very, very, very happy with your job. Okay, well, it's a very, very huge birthday party for me, for my 50 years. No, I need 50 days more. Or maybe. No. It's the best gift to be here. The Molino team is work a lot, and Oli, Liliana, Sandra, Aitor, Miguel. What's your name? Gloria, Valentin, and Tamara. Also, these 4 guys that come from the south of Spain, from Córdoba, they attended the 2 days all conference. They are great attendees. So thank you for coming. And the rest of the people here, applicants and happy hour, and all of you, especially Mehdi, you are the best. Not the best, but a best. And in always. When this was only an idea, both say we want to go there. My English is exhausted, absolutely exhausted. no more words. So they say at the beginning yes, so it is possible. And Elena, who went to Paris with his BE and come here with this event. So thank you for everyone. And maybe the next year we will hear again. Maybe? Yes? It's okay. You can applause? Okay.
I have a question.
Yes. Yeah.
No, thank you. So tonight we will try to, if people are interested, to go together in a bar to drink and to talk about API things and other things. But yeah, okay. So we came in Spain for the ham. Yeah, mainly. So maybe tonight we will go at Museo del Jamón, for example, to eat some ham, because Ken, you didn't eat the ham, Spanish ham. So there. And I just, before to finish, you will be aware about all API events. I would like we take a photo, please, all together. We will. Eduardo is planning something. No. Out. Oh. Come on, See, this is my hackathon prize. My demo. Put my shirt. No, this. So we will share it together. But let's take a photo just here all together. You are the true who has stayed up to the end. So let's take a photo and then we will go after for who you can. Thank you very much. Thank you, the speaker. Thank you, the attendees. See you next time.